And today we have President Trump talking about the economy, campaigning for some Georgia senators or House reps or some shit like that. I don't know what's going on here, but we got him live in a few minutes here. Right now, Besson is on the stage, so we're going to be going through the rest of the news for the day real quick. But one second, I just got to set everything up for us real quick. Change that to news. Change that to no news is news. And there we go. Our Kelchi poll of the day. I don't know why they'd say that. They need to start sponsoring me before I start saying that more. Who will be president in 2028? 839 days until election. And we got today, what are the odds looking like? Who gets their shot? Marco Rubio in first place. John Ossoff getting that fourth place bid again. So there we go. We got Marco Rubio with 3 wins. We have JD Vance with 55 wins now. We have Gavin Newsom with 19 wins now. And in fourth place still, John Ossoff. Boom. Those are your votes for the day. Get your vote in for the poll of the day. The show starts now. Let's get into the news real quick. Let's make sure that Daddy Trump isn't coming up here right now. It looks like he might be by the sound of that. Let me see. Not sure. But then why is it... Where the fuck is my volume at? Sound. Oh, they're not open? No. They're not alive? Alright, that one's alive. That's weird. Alright, guys, let's get into the show real quick. They're still waiting for him to get out here. But, let's get into the news of the day real quick from the poll of the day. And Mo News got us news right now. 14 hours ago, New York Times. The Trump administration made several concessions. Let me pull up the live chat real quick for you all. Just give me 1 second here. All right, there we go. Trump administration made several concessions, including to agree to terms that may limit international inspections from going to any sites in the country that they think could be a pathway to diverting fuel to weapon projects. And Trump agreed the Saudis may be allowed to enrich uranium or reprocess plutonium on their soil. Trump's concessions to the Saudis on the terms of the nuclear deal are significant. When the United States entered into a similar agreement with the United Arab Emirates, which went into force in 2009, there were far more restrictive conditions. This agreement includes 2 secret side letters reached with the Saudis. The administration is expected to argue they contain proprietary business information and deal with sensitive national security issues. Trump posted Tuesday, Afghan war 20 years, 2,000 dead. Iraq war 9 years, 4,600 dead. Vietnam war 19 years, 5 months, and 58,220 dead. Korean War 3 years, 1 month, 36,574 dead. Venezuelan War 1 day, 0 deaths. Iranian military conflict, 4 months, 18 dead. He's really trying to stretch and manipulate that, ain't he? He has been trying to compare Iran to several wars over the past few decades. 14 hours ago, notable from CNN on the Trump stands within Republican Party at this point in a 2-term versus other recent 2-term presidents. CNN, Trump's own party approval is highest this century for a president at this point in a second term. Bush had a 78% approval rating. Obama had a 76% approval rating. Trump has an 83% approval rating in his party. Gentlemen, start your engines. Welcome back, Michael Olson. Israel is the new third right. USA follows, right? United States of Israel, number one. All right, here we go. 14 hours ago, we're still just waiting for Trump to come on stage. Once he's on stage, we will cut to him live. U.S. Arab countries went to handle Iran's new military escalation without Israel for now. Wall Street Journal. While Israel is sitting out the latest U.S. bombing campaign in Iran, the Trump administration has asked Israel to stay out of the latest U.S. military attack in Iran as Washington and its Arab allies push to keep the conflict from escalating into a wider regional war. After closely coordinating military operations during the war, that began February, U.S. officials are now urging Israel to avoid direct involvement while diplomatic efforts continue. Officials worry Israel's strikes could derail attempts to secure concessions from Iran and increase the risk of broader regional war. The ask is notable as some critics of the war accused the U.S. of first of being drawn into the war by Israel, and yet the U.S. is now engaging in the war unilaterally with potential Arab help. Arab Gulf states are also lobbying the U.S. to keep Israel out of the fighting, fearing Iranian retaliation could target their energy infrastructure. Israeli involvement would also make it difficult for the Arab countries to join the U.S. in its attack on Iran. 14 hours ago, New York Times and Reuters, Nicaragua's far-left leader abolishes elections. Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega says the country will no longer hold elections, a move that will ultimately will eliminate any formal path for the position to challenge his rule. Ortega, 80, has governed almost continuously since returning to power in 2007 after the first serving as the president in the 1980s. Last year, constitutional changes named his wife as co-president, further consolidating the couple's grip on the governing military and judiciary. The UN Human Rights Council has accused his government of systematically violating human rights and transforming Nicaragua into an authoritarian state. Ortega has also drawn praise from some left-wing activists in the U.S. for his anti-American rhetoric and socialist policies, though critics argue his government has become increasingly authoritarian. JD Dan Blazierin, the president war will be U.S. versus Israel. Gavin is pro-corruption, no universal health care, and that's with the left lunatics. Gavin Newsom being a candidate just shows how low the Democrats have sunk. And 13 hours ago, Ortega is a former left-wing Marxist guerrilla fighter, has led the Nicaragua for roughly 30 years, including during the 1980s after his coalition, known as the Sandinistas, led the revolution and took control from the dictatorship. He closely aligned with the Soviet Union and pursued socialist reforms that destroyed the economy. He lost elections in the 1990s, but then was reelected in 2007 and has vowed never to leave power since. After widespread protests challenged his government in 2018, he has become increasingly authoritarian, acting to crush any dissent and effectively banning opposition parties. Since 2018, Nicaragua has also shuttered more than 5,000 organizations, largely religious, and forced thousands to flee the country. Earlier in July, the government stripped masses of lawyers of their licenses to practice in the UN experts call a purge of the legal profession. 8 hours ago, Trump-backed Andy Briggs wins GOP nomination in Arizona governor. Arizona voters went to the polls Tuesday to select a Republican nominee in the race for governor, with the winner set to challenge Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs this fall. Rep. Andy Briggs won the GOP gubernatorial nomination, capitalizing on the endorsement of President Trump and a big advantage in fundraising. The former House Freedom Caucus chair won more than 70% of the vote. First elected to Congress in 2016, Biggs established a reputation as a hardline conservative. Hobbs narrowly defeated the GOP nominee Kari Lake 4 years ago and is among the most vulnerable Democratic incumbents in the country. 8 hours ago, Mark Lamb wins Arizona House primary despite sex scandal. Former Pinal Country Sheriff Mark Lamb won the Republican nomination for Arizona's 5th Congressional District, positioning him as the heavy favorite to succeed Briggs in the deep red East Valley seat. Lamb ran a high-profile campaign centered on his law enforcement background, securing an endorsement from Trump. However, his campaign was rocked late in the race by a series of Arizona Republican reports detailing allegations of personal misconduct involving sexting and threats. Lamb has denied wrongdoing, and an investigation by the Pinal County Attorney's Office found no evidence that Lamb acted in any criminal manner. Despite skipping a debate and facing a barrage of attack ads from opponent Daniel Keenan, Lamb's name recognition and Trump's backing carried him across the finish line. 5 hours ago, more than 700,000 Americans, including tens of thousands of New Yorkers, moved to Florida between April 2020 and July of 2022. I was one of them! I moved in January of 2021 to Florida. I now live in Texas, but I still moved out of New York during the COVID pandemic. Now Miami is more expensive than New York City for the first time ever. Makes fucking sense, guys. We're still moments away from Trump stepping on stage, guys, just so everybody knows. Miami has surpassed the New York City as the most expensive metropolitan area for the first time ever. According to a recent Bloomberg analysis, the combined cost of housing in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Palm Beach regions was about 5% higher than NYC and its suburbs, according to the most recent data in 2024. Cost of living in South Florida, including restaurant spending, private school institution, and homeowner insurance, was also above greater New York City. The surge comes after over 700,000 Americans, including myself, moved to Florida during COVID-19. Go watch Christmas in Florida, available on Amazon Prime, Tubi, and Plex. It's the Christmas movie that's about January 6th. Cost of living in 700,000 Americans moved to Florida during the COVID pandemic, many seeking savings from Florida's lack of income tax. San Francisco remains the most expensive metropolitan area in America. Miami has outranked NYC and LA as more expensive U.S. region for the first time ever. 5 hours ago, Senate panel advises Jay Clayton as next chief spy on party line vote. The Senate Intelligence Committee approved Jay Clayton on Tuesday as President Trump's pick to oversee the U.S. intelligence community. The party line 9-8 vote marks a partial setback for Clayton, who was expected to draw broad Democratic support until a contentious confirmation hearing last week. At the hearing, Clayton, a top federal prosecutor and former SEC chair, repeatedly refused to admit that Joe Biden was the legitimate winner of the 2020 election. Senate Republicans have the votes to confirm Clayton without a Democratic support, though it is not immediately clear when Senate Majority Leader John Thune plans to do so. Democrats are still likely to prefer Clayton over the current acting DNI, Bill Plunny, a Trump loyalist who has no background in national security. That's from the New York Times and Politico. The continuous back and forth with Clayton's confirmation hearing last week. NBC News. Nolan Wells' independent autopsy results in undetermined cause of manner of death. A preliminary independent autopsy report commissioned by the legal team representing Nolan Wells' family found the teenager's cause of manner of death were undetermined pending investigation. The doctor who performed the autopsy said in a report that he could not rule out foul play in Wells' death, according to Wells' family lawyer, Ben Crump, who revealed the findings Wednesday. The body was in the state of decomposition when it was received by the autopsy, Crump said, which made it difficult for the forensic pathologist. The autopsy was performed July 10th, 6 days after the 18-year-old disappeared and 4 days after the body was found on the northwestern shore of Horn Island, Mississippi. The Jackson County coroner also performed an autopsy on Wells. Those results have not yet been released. Some background on the death of the captions. Dignified transfer from Trump, which is what we'll get into next if he doesn't jump on stage here in a second. 1 hour ago, back to Wells from today. The family's lawyer says the report notes that a 12 by 8 inch area of red decolorization on the back of Wells's head, but it was unclear what caused it. He said the findings were unclear He said the findings were limited because the body was decomposed significantly since the discovery on July 6th. While the pathologists found no clear evidence of foul play, they also could not rule out whether non-accidental factors contributed to Wells's death. Much of the family's unease centers on Wells's cell phone, which his family had after he went missing. Tracy Shepard, a longtime friend of Wells, pushed back on claims that having the phone was suspicious, saying it's normal for the group to leave phones behind while swimming. Wells' phone was reportedly among roughly 15 left on the boat that day. 43 minutes ago, about 6,600 non-citizens were accidentally added to the New Jersey voter rolls for about 400 cast improper ballots, Governor Mike Sherrill said Tuesday. The error stemmed from a software glitch at the state Motor Vehicle Commission from 2023 to 2024. So they're now admitting that 400 people directly voted illegally. They're now admitting that, people. They're now admitting that. New Jersey is saying there were 6,600 on the voter rolls, but there were 400 that cast improper ballots. The error stems from the software glitch in the State Motor Vehicle Commission from 2023 to 2024. Sherrill said there is no immediate proof that the unlawful ballots impacted the outcome of any individual race. Sherrill said she was disinclined to pursue charges against any of the 409 citizens, but noted that the Trump admin may not take that position. Okay, so she's basically saying, I don't even care that they voted illegally, but Daddy Trump and the federal government might come after them. That's pretty fucking crazy. All right, 35 minutes ago from J.D. Vance on Twitter, if only there was a way to stop the type of software error that allows the non-citizens to vote in our elections. I hope Senators Cory Booker and Senator Andy Kim will join us in voting to pass the Save America Act and ensuring that only eligible American voters can participate in New Jersey's elections, especially now seeing that there were at least 440 non-citizens voting in past elections. Makes goddamn sense, don't it? The announcement comes from the White House pushes Congress to pass the president's signature Save America Act, which calls for stricter voting ID laws nationwide. Trump and other Republicans continue to assert that voting by non-citizens is rampant in the U.S. elections, even though the data shows that it's rare. And when caught, even though data shows it's rare, you're literally just told me 440 people illegally voted in the election. I fucking hate reporters. Even though the data shows it's rare, it might be rare, but there's still 440 of them. There's still 440 of them there. Oh my God, guys, that's so crazy to say that while reporting it. Punishes shows that it is rare, and when caught, can be punished by a felony and can lead to deportation. Right, but we just saw that 440 people illegally voted in New Jersey, and the white blonde mayor of New Jersey said, we're not going to prosecute him. We're not going to prosecute him. I don't know if Trump is, but we're not. So basically, you're telling me now that at least when it comes to these 440, that's part of the rare situation, that rare situation where they deliberately illegally voted would lead to potentially a felony. And guess what? Instead of a felony, they get nothing. They get no deportation. They get to do it again. They get J.D. Vance tweeting it out. Oh my God, guys. AP News. New Jersey is among 19 states that allows people who are in the U.S. illegally to hold driver's licenses and other state-issued ID cards. According to the National... This is crazy. According to the National Conference of State Legislators, every state allows non-citizens who have legal status in the U.S. to hold a license. The NCSL also says that about half those states have automatic voter registration in which eligible people who obtain licenses, or in some cases other state services, can opt into voter registration. And they should make sure that they can't vote. That's kind of crazy. They're like, well, there's a glitch in the system, but we're not going to fix the glitch in the system, the end. Daddy Trump's going to be up here in a minute. I see people moving their heads here, so we're gonna try to finish this up right here now. In a speech last week, Trump touted an investigation from the Department of Homeland Security, which said that it had identified about 278,000 non-citizens registered to vote in federal elections across the country. And when they did that, the media was fact-checking that, being like, actually, a lot of those people are dead. And just because they didn't clean them doesn't mean they didn't vote. But now they've literally said, now New Jersey's governor's literally said 440 non-citizens voted in 2023 and 2024 in the state of New Jersey. No, we are not going to arrest them with a felony. No, we are not going to try to deport them. And Trump can try to do what he wants to do. This is crazy. This is crazy. You have no justification anymore. Sign the Save America Act. Left or right, sign the shit now. This is crazy. Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin on Tuesday suggested it was the report that prompted the sheriff to take the action. And 25 hours ago, this is our last little bit of news today so far, New York Times. Over on Capitol Hill, House Republicans have tied their entire legislative agenda before their August recess to Trump's voting restriction measure. Yeah, because at this point, they can claim neglect of the election. You're claiming that you know that people are voting illegally, that you're not going to prosecute them, and then you're not trying to help fix it. You are the problem, and you will lose your elections, and they will call it oligarchy. They will say that, the authoritarian Republican Party stole the election from us. But the reality is, if they wanted to fix this and have a fair election in November, they got 3 months to do so. And if they don't, they should expect January 6th Part 2. They should expect January 6th Part 2. And Part 2 is always crazier than Part 1. That's what they should expect if they don't sign this fucking bill. Lawmakers are scheduled to vote Wednesday on the annual defense policy bill, which authorizes more than $1 trillion in military spending, a $95 billion budget plan to pay for the war in Iran, and but no insider trading. We're not going to vote on that yet. Just another reconciliation bill, guys. Vote out all incumbents, both left and blue, right and left, blue and red, all of them. Vote them out. When you walk in the ballot booth, you look in there and you go, who are the names I don't know? Those are the people that didn't pay for advertisement. Those are the people that are working for you. This is how elections work now, people. All right. Restrictions on the stock market by lawmakers. But Republicans have tied all three of those measures to pieces of the Save America Act. And good! I'm glad they are! The tactic is aimed at forcing action in the Senate, where the bill is stalled amid bipartisan opposition. Under a complex maneuver the GOP engineered on Tuesday, Republicans are trying to include the SAVE Act in a party-line, filibuster-proof budget measure they want to push through Congress. But it is not clear whether the measure can have or has sufficient support by the Senate Republicans. Yeah, and the Republican Senate is kind of the problem in all this, isn't it? And that's our news for the day, guys. Let's get into the show now. As you can see, we still are just waiting for him to get on stage. So because we're waiting for him to get on stage, let's get into some of this other stuff that happened. Let's do him walking the dignified transfer ceremony first. And once Trump goes live on stage, we will be covering that live. But let's get into this right now. The dignified transfer. Pete Hegseth, General Kane, and Daddy Trump. All there for the dignified transfer. Here come off the four bodies. Four more, I should say. Four more, guys. Remember, these are not the first. 17 now. 17, 3 attacks, 4 more American bodies. R.I.P. And we got to win this thing, right? Or what was it all for? Well, Trump is threatening Iran as we speak, saying that if they strike any kind of commercial ship in the strait, that he will bomb power plants and infrastructures near Tehran, the capital of Iran. So we might get a huge escalation in this thing, people. Let's go to Mr. Marco Rubio if he's not going to pop up on stage yet. We're still waiting for him. We'll go 5 minutes of Mr. Rubio here. What's our poll of the day looking like? J.D. Vance winning it so far. Gavin Newsom in that second place. Man, Daddy Trump was supposed to be here at 2. It's fucking 12 minutes late already. All right, let's go,
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Rubio.
you had quite a long meeting here with your Chinese counterpart.
What the hell is that? What is that? You're a court reporter? What's wrong? That's good. No, but why don't you guys have one of those? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. It went quite long. Is that
What the hell is talking about?
does that give the impression that the meeting was tense? And can you give us a
No,
sense of what you
we
talked
got
about?
to translate. You know, translations always take longer and back
give
and
us a
forth.
sense of what you talked about.
Well, we talked a lot about the visit in September, and that was really the gist of it. It's just to create the groundwork for.
I just gotta grab water real quick, guys.
I think President Xi will have a very positive.
When Trump
visit
gets up
when it
here,
comes
we
to
will go live
Washington.
to
Look,
him.
these are the two most powerful countries in the world, particularly economics. But also, I mean, we have to have a relationship, and obviously there are areas of great differences. Both sides will acknowledge that. We'll have to work through those, and I think these differences will exist for the foreseeable future. And our job is to sort of manage those so that they never get out of control. We're obviously always going to defend our national interest, and I expect they'll do the same as they define it. But I think there are some areas of potential cooperation. So the work we need to do between now and September is to identify what those areas are so that we can lay the groundwork
Really
for
wanna
a very
trample the
positive
Constitution?
visit to Washington.
We'll see.
And in September.
It's crazy.
So we talked a lot about that.
Was there disagreement on election interference?
We didn't discuss that topic.
Mr. Secretary, are China and
Whoa, wait a minute. Everything about our politics in America has been about election interference for the last 24 hours, and you're going to sit there with a Chinese fucking guy and not talk about it? That's kind of crazy. We didn't bring up the fact that you were literally stealing our voter rolls when we announced it and gave that access to the American public? Okay. Seems like it wasn't a problem then for you, right?
You know, anytime you're in a combat zone like that, there's danger associated with it. I mean, at the end, this actually proves the point that this is what Iran has been investing its money in for the last 20 years.
and Russia giving targeting information?
I'm not going to discuss that other than to say that nothing that's happened, nothing that China has done has in any way changed the trajectory of what you're seeing in terms of the conflicts we're having with Iran. And in fact, in some cases, they've actually been quite cooperative with regards to what they potentially could have done but didn't do. I think the Chinese, and I'll let them tell you, but I don't think they're big fans of what Iran is trying to do in the Straits. In fact, they've said so publicly that they oppose tolling or any sort of restraint on freedom of navigation.
But it's a little bit of a conspiracy. Why aren't they the ones fighting this war then?
Continue to say that.
Because we're stopping the Asian trading, not the American trading. We go up through fucking the Mediterranean now. So why the hell does Europe or us or any of this shit give a shit about this war? Let China fight the fucking war for themselves. America first, right?
Other countries say that as
What
well.
happened?
Mr. Secretary was asked a similar question. I'd like to pose it to you. Is the U.S. strategy to strike Iran into submission? And why do you think Iran is not giving in right now?
Well, look, the United States is, Iran's in a lot of trouble. I mean, at the end of the day, they obviously don't have a free press that reports on for example, you guys will report on, you know, the impact it's having on the U.S. economy and gas prices and this and that. They don't have that in Iran. But I can tell you they're facing hyperinflation, runaway inflation, high food costs. These are all pre-existing. They've all gotten worse. They've suffered a tremendous amount of damage to their military infrastructure, but they've also spent 20 years taking every penny they have and not spending it on their country. They spent it on sponsoring terrorist groups and building up their missiles and their drone systems. And this is what you're seeing them use now, which is greatly diminished, is exactly the conventional shield that they were going to hide behind to pursue a nuclear program and challenge the world to do anything about it or face the wrath of what they were doing. A year from now, Iran would have had so many missiles and drones that they would have been behind a conventional shield that would have given them immunity to do whatever they wanted. So right now, however, I can just say here's what's happening. It's pretty straightforward. Ships are trying to go through the Straits, and they're getting blown up. Commercial ships are going through the Straits, and they're being blown up. The United States is defending that shipping, and in addition, is targeting the places that are launching against those ships to continue to degrade Iran's ability to target and harm global shipping. So that's what's happening here. And that's what we're focused on.
You mentioned this morning that Iran isn't keeping its commitment. So even if MOU is revived, what can be done to yield different results?
Well, look, all these things are compliance-based, right? I mean, if you make a deal, if you sign onto an agreement and then you violate the agreement's no longer valid. That doesn't mean you can't have a future agreement, but ultimately that future agreement will have to be judged on whether or not you're complying with the conditions.
Jay, don't spam, my guy. I'll put you in a 90-second timeout.
In fact, they were supposed to put out
don't
a statement
spam, my
to that
guy.
regard a week
One
and a
comment
half ago.
each.
And
I read those
instead, on the
comments.
day
I
they
read
were
your
supposed to
comments,
put out
guys.
that statement, instead of doing that,
Keep the
they
chat
targeted
spam
and blew
free.
up or hit a ship. So we remain open to diplomacy. We remain open to working it out in a negotiated way. But right now, they don't seem to be serious about that. And so we're going to continue to protect shipping. We think other countries should join us in that endeavor. We don't need them to, but they should, because they're more impacted by it than we are. And at the same time, we are going to, when the opportunity presents itself, degrade their ability to target global shipping.
China's been sending its Coast Guard.
The what now?
China's been sending its Coast Guard in toward Taiwan, doing patrols near Taiwan. I know the U.S. has said this has been destabilizing. Did you raise that with
It always comes up in every one of our meetings because we obviously disagree with those actions. And we actually think that they run contrary to the spirit of what we're trying to work out with them with regards to strategic stability. But the bigger point to make in that regard is that the U.S. will continue to, we're never going to accept that international waterways are somehow under the control of other countries. We'll continue to sail through international waterways and freedom of navigation efforts of that kind, and we'll continue to live up to our
politicians
commitments,
use
for example, with the
facts,
Philippines
right?
and other countries in terms of the treaty commitments that we have. Again, it speaks to areas of disagreement when it comes to our policies with China. Those need to be managed very carefully because obviously a conflict, be it economic or otherwise, between the U.S. and China would have a dramatic global impact. So the difficult job of geopolitics and foreign policy is managing your differences and not doing anything that runs contrary to our national interests, but at the same time trying to avoid conflict that could lead to something really catastrophic for the world. And I think we have an obligation to do that, which is why it's important for us to continue to talk to China, irrespective of our differences. It's important.
Dude, Jay, I already told you not to spam, my guy. Now you're gonna get a 5-minute.
The United States and the Soviet
Next
Union
one's 24 hours.
at least at a military
Don't
military
spam. Let
level,
people
and
have
even at a
conversations.
diplomatic level.
You can say
And
the
in
word
many ways,
lies
that prevents
once. We get it.
catastrophe. So I'm not saying we're at that stage with China, but what I am saying is it would frankly be reckless and irresponsible for the U.S. and China.
Got
not
one
to
more
have a
chance, my guy, when you
relationship
come back in
given
10 minutes.
The impact and our countries have on the global economy and on the world.
Did you discuss with China,
already
with
warned you.
Mr. Wang Yi, the working group, or any more details of the Board of Trade, Board of Investment?
Yes,
and these
we
other
did.
ideas?
We did, and we're moving towards implementation of that, and I think that's one of the potential, concrete deliverables that we can have before September when that visit happens. And
Make sure
again,
you double
those are
tap,
good
hit that like
ideas,
button,
and
hit
that become-
subscribe. We are going to go live to Daddy Trump as soon as he gets on stage. He is live in Georgia, going to talk about the economy and campaign for
the
2
aftermath of the
Georgia
visit we took to
Republicans.
China earlier this year, and so we did discuss that. Yes.
Russia's Lavrov revealed that he's going to be meeting with you tomorrow.
Yeah.
If that happens, are you going to press him on Ukraine, or are you simply?
No, we're gonna. I don't know if the term is press him. We're going to talk about it. Obviously, the war in Ukraine, I think, has in many ways impeded the ability of Russia and the United States to find areas of agreement on other topics. That doesn't mean we won't seek to find other areas of potential cooperation. But by the same token, we'd like to see that war come to an end. We think it would be good for Russia if that war came to an end. So we'll raise it.
Time out
And
if
as
you
I said,
spam,
the U.S.
William.
remains
Don't
open
spam.
and willing to play a constructive
say
role
whatever
in
you
bringing
want.
that war to an end if that opportunity presents itself. And it might, we're open to it,
Sometimes
to playing that
adults
role.
need
Because
timeouts.
we think right now, and I think the Russians would agree, we're probably the only country in the world that can play that role in trying to bring that to an end.
What kind of role is the U.S. playing right now in doing that? I mean, there's still some kind of quiet talks going on, or outreach.
Well, I think that you've seen kind of fall off a little bit over the last few months. Perhaps there are now new conditions in place that will allow that conversation to happen. It's one of the things we'll explore tomorrow in our conversation. I saw the Foreign Minister Lavrov last night. Briefly, we didn't talk about any of this, but I saw him last night when he arrived at the opening dinner, and we'll talk more tomorrow. Obviously, to be fair to you guys, I mean, a lot of the stuff I'll talk to him about, I'm not going to put in a press release because it undermines the ability to find understandings. But we'll talk about it and see if there's an opening now or an opportunity for us to play a constructive role. But there are other areas that the U.S. and Russia can cooperate on that again, going back to the point I made about China, this is very simple. You know, Russia possesses we are the 2 largest nuclear
What is spam?
armed countries on the planet.
Spam is just like
For us
saying the
not
same
to
thing
talk,
over and
we're
over
being
again.
reckless and irresponsible. We have to have a relationship with the Russian government, even though we have areas of disagreement. And in the case of
Just say it
Ukraine,
once.
perhaps an opportunity to, if we can play a constructive role, to bring it to an end. So, you know, I'm sure that'll come up tomorrow. There's no doubt. But we'll talk about some other stuff too.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump has approved a nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia. Do you have any details on that?
Yeah, I'll let the White House officials sort of put out an official statement about anything with regards to that. But I saw the same reporting this morning. But let me let that go through. Then, I'd prefer it be, you know, put out when there is something to say. That we'll say it through official channels.
Has the U.S. asked South Korea or other Asian allies to contribute naval assets or something else? You know,
we didn't ask them that today. Look, I think it's to their benefit, right? If you look at the region, they heavily depend on oil and natural gas that comes from this part of the world. Now, one of the interesting things you've seen is that the supplies that are reaching many of the countries in the region have begun to change. They're buying more LNG from us than ever before. They're also buying more oil from us than ever before. So I think.
All right, guys. Marco Rubio's boring the shit out of me, and Shane Gillis just did the largest comedy concert of all time, cancel culture adjacent, Mr. Trump impersonator himself. So Joke World did a thing on this. So while we're still waiting for Daddy Trump to arrive on stage, as soon as he's on stage, we will go live with him.
Just like Lil
Definitely
Bastard.
like Lil Bastard, Kev, dude.
The
We're gonna
largest
sell out the link, dude.
concert
I'm not stopping
ever
until I
for a
do the link,
comedian.
dude. I got to do it, man.
You think the link's gonna love that priest buff joke?
20,000 people with like 1,000-yard
They
stairs.
came
like,
from their base.
This guy's sick.
The link's like
and
70,000.
built
What?
Yeah.
Damn, dude, we gotta get some pyrotechnics on stage.
Whoa,
For sure.
episode
Shane
18
Gillis
of the
just broke
thing.
the world record for the biggest stand-up show of all time right here in Philadelphia, Lincoln Financial Field, featuring Meek Mill opening up the show, Matt McCusker, Big J. Okerson, Dave Chappelle, Shane Gillis himself, and 3-6 Mafia to close out the show with a concert, all taking place in front of a sold-out crowd of 76,212 people for the largest event of any kind ever held in this stadium.
It's the scariest thing possible. This was a huge mistake. I got talked into this a year and a half ago and never really considered that one day it was going to actually happen.
Yeah.
And it's tomorrow, and I'm completely ill-prepared. I can't even think about doing stand-up.
What I'm trying to figure out is how do you promote a show in Philadelphia and no black people hear about it?
Hey, yeah, you know what's funny? I was like, there's one black person, it's Tiffany Haddish.
The Link Show started promptly at 8 p.m. with Bam Margera on the big screen unveiling the new official trailer for season 3 of Tires coming to
Bam
Netflix in
Margera
August before a
doing the
stadium
opening.
flyover from 4 World War
Flyover.
II bombers.
When that motherfucker had the Air Force do a flyover
From World War II bombers? Damn.
y'all niggas should be at the Strait of Hormuz opening that shit up. But I'm glad you could make it here for Shane's show.
That was a World War II, those were all World War II planes, which I had to get insurance on.
I'm trying to get insurance on.
I put all of your lives
World War
first.
II plane
After
insurance.
Jason Kelsey brought up Meek Mill to kick things off with Dreams and Nightmares, the stand-up got started with 15 minutes from Matt McCusker, who besides Meek Mill had the hardest time slot of anyone by far, with the sun still setting and 80,000 people grabbing their beers while finding their seats. After the shaman, Cooper DeJean and Jordan Mailata brought up Big J. Okerson, which was obviously very cool to see a guy performing in front of his hometown crowd in his favorite team's stadium. Big J also sat down on his stool and faced the same direction the entire time he was on stage, which is just a hilarious thing to do in the round.
I think it's so cool.
So scary.
I also, think it's so funny. It's the second friend Jay has had sell out Link. Big Jay has so many friends that do his favorite stadium.
Big J. Okerson and Matt McCusker were the only two opening comics of the night, going right from Big J into Shane Gillis at 9:30 for a little over 30 minutes of stand-up from the man of the hour before he brought Dave Chappelle on stage to f*** around together for the final 20 minutes. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm assuming this may have been a free appearance from Dave Chappelle since he didn't do any traditional stand-up. It was still funny, but he basically just showed up to riff with Shane and his two friends in front of 80,000 people, requesting different impressions and just talking about how insane Shane's career arc has been. At one point, it sounded like Chappelle was about to defend Shane's Kevin Hart roast jokes from the online backlash, but bit his tongue at the last second because of how many phones were out. Another completely unconfirmed rumor is that Kevin Hart and Kanye West were both scheduled to make appearances during the show, but both bailed last minute.
Oh,
Again, I have no
Kanye
idea
wasn't
if that's true,
supposed
but I did
to?
hear it.
Right.
Should be fun.
And the person going before you, is that holy shit?
Just come see the show.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Hopefully.
That person's a little flaky, so we'll see.
Really?
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
Right now, I'm planning for them not to be there. But we'll see.
Okay.
But the rest of it's great.
You heard it here first.
Now that Shane Gillis is firmly in the history books, the real question is, how did stand-up comedy translate to 76,000 people in an outdoor football stadium? This show was actually not the first time stand-up has been done in an NFL stadium this year, with Joe Coy and Fluffy selling 70,000 tickets at SoFi Stadium in March without putting the stage in the round and also having the benefit of SoFi's roof for production. Luckily, weather was not a factor in Philadelphia besides some smog from the Canadian wildfires, which, can I just say, Canada, get your fires under control. We're trying to do dope shit in America like comedy at football stadiums, and you guys are leaking smoke over the border. Clean it up.
Bullshit.
Anyways, as far as the audio quality goes, it honestly didn't feel too different than seeing a stand-up show in a basketball arena. There was for sure some slight echo, and visually your eyes just naturally go back and forth between watching on the Jumbotron and then remembering to look at the actual stage, but overall it was pretty digestible given the massive scale. Obviously, it would be funnier to see Shane Gillis with 200 other people at the mothership, but the entire spectacle of comedy in a stadium was nothing short of mind-blowing, and the event felt more like a big party celebrating
It's
the
the
hero's
celebration
journey
of the
Shane
end of
Gillis
cancel
than a regular
culture.
stand-up show
It
anyway.
really is.
With tens
This
of
is the end
thousands
of
of people
cancel
who have been
culture.
by his side through all the highs and lows, showing up to proudly take part in their own victory lap as a fan. From Shane winning Philly's Funniest in 2016 to setting a world record at the stadium the Eagles play in a decade later, this felt like a culmination of everybody coming together to take pride in their hometown kid, literally traveling from all over to pay for nosebleed tickets 150 feet in the air just to hear some jokes and say they were there.
Did you travel to be here?
Yes, sir. I came from Dallas.
And what made you want to come to the show?
Just being a big fan of everything Shane and Matt have been up to for a good while. There's that one podcast clip where they basically said we're not going to stop until we hit the link, and that was maybe 6-7 plus years ago, if that. So I'm just kind of proud of them, and it's more of a celebration, if anything, of everything that we've all seen as Shane fans.
We could talk about the Shane Gillis rags to riches story till we're blue in the face, and we kind of already have on this channel, but it's just nuts that in 2016 he was eating beans on an air mattress, and in 2026 alone he has signed an overall deal with Netflix, starred in Super Bowl commercials next to Peyton Manning and Post Malone, hosted the live roast of Kevin Hart, and set the American record for the biggest stand-up show ever, while still always sharing the spotlight with his day one friends as his status continues to rise. I've been thinking about this question ever since Friday night, so let me know what you think in the comments. But besides Nate Bargatze, I'm not sure there's any other comedian working right now that could sell out an NFL stadium in the round by themselves, including Dave Chappelle. At the height of his powers in 2022, Bill Burr sold 35,000 tickets at Fenway Park, which is less than half of what Shane just did.
Less than half.
50,000 people to Dodger Stadium in 2025.
27,000 less.
Had roughly 50,000 people see him at the Lincoln.
25,000 less.
But that 76,000 mark is going to be hard to beat for a while.
Good
Over
God.
the last few years, it's kind of felt like Shane Gillis was on pace to become
Cancel
like the Louis
culture's
C.K. of our
over.
generation. But as crazy as it sounds, he's probably already past that point on this fast track to staking his place on Comedy Mount Rushmore. And the even crazier thing is he's done all of this just off 2 specials, one which was self-released to YouTube.
Shane Gillis is, in my opinion, probably the best. I mean this with no dislike to anyone, but the best comedian we have, meaning an all-around comedic actor, comedic podcaster, comedian on stage. Shane Gillis is just a very rare talent that lived through a very rare occurrence of in life that set him into a stratosphere that you'll never see that again. There will never be, unless someone goes to war, rescues a room full of kids, and comes back and starts stand-up. You're never going to see another Shane Gillis.
Next up for Shane Gillis is a quick arena
That's a
show
weird
on
way of
August
saying
8th in South Carolina before the premiere of Tires Season 3 on August
Season
13th.
3, y'all.
And on August
August
14th and 15th, Tires alum Tommy Pope, Joe DeRosa, and Tim Barley will be joining 75 other comedians in St. Pete, Florida at the first ever Joke Comedy Festival, which you can find tickets and info for in the description of this
So
video.
let's get back
But
to
enough
Mr. Rubio, since Daddy Trump's still not on the stage yet. Once he's on stage, we will come back to him.
Getting their energy are going to be permanent after what you've seen here. But nonetheless, the Straits remain an important source of energy for many of the countries in this region. It's about 20% of the global oil that's purchased. So I think we think it'd be to their benefit to participate in an
you
effort.
Make that ask today in these conversations?
We didn't ask directly today, but we've had those conversations with them in the past. Every country has different restrictions on what they need to do in order to authorize that. Some have to get legislative approval. Some can do it unilaterally. Every country is different. But we've certainly raised it with different countries. We don't need them to do it, but we think it would be beneficial if they did. And some of these countries have unique capabilities in terms of mine clearing and things of that nature. So it'd be great if they join the effort, and I think some of them may eventually do so. It's in their interest to do so, but we didn't reach any agreement on that today. Frankly, it wasn't the cornerstone of what our conversations were about.
Mr. Secretary, a lot of the ASEAN countries have expressed how terrible the war in Iran is for them when it comes to economically and the energy crunch. But Israel's finance minister sort of struck a tone in a different direction, said that the tit for tat is actually the best possible situation for Israel because it's weakening Iran. Does this show that there are some differences between the United States and Israel when it comes to how they view this war? The United States is trying to end this. For the Israelis, the hostilities continuing is in their benefit.
Yeah, look, I can't comment on what one individual in government said in Israel. You know, I can just generally tell you that by and large, we think that
always trying to
a
get
nuclear-armed Iran is an unacceptable thing. It can't happen, and that's what they were going to do if they hid behind this conventional shield that they were building, and the president just was going to stand by and allow that to happen. Within 2 years, Iran could say, we're breaking out to a nuclear weapon, you can't do anything about it, or we're going to overwhelm you with tens of thousands of drones and missiles, which they were on pace to build. They can't do that now. That certainly weakened them. As far as the impact it's had on the global economy, I mean, Iran is targeting global shipping and international waterway and demanding to control which ships can go and which ones cannot. That just is unacceptable. We're not going to accept that. We're not going to allow that to be the status quo. But ultimately, there are other countries that should feel just as strongly as we do because they're actually more impacted by it than we are.
Did you discuss with Minister Jaishankar, did he raise at all any concern by India about the tariffs announced by the president on
getting a notification now. I'm still
going
going to hold off on the cut too because I believe they're playing.
Is that something that came up in your discussions at all?
Playing music right now.
Not with me. I mean,
we'll come to him as soon as he gets on stage.
Pharmaceuticals today. Obviously,
he's walking out right
I
now.
would expect them to be concerned about it, but they didn't raise it today. But they might have with others in our system because we obviously deal with the Indians. We're very close to them. So.
Mr. Secretary, you and the president have been very blunt in your anti-communist language. Recently, you put out that recent report on Cuba. Don't you think it's inconsistent in that you haven't addressed the same issues with China? They're the largest communist party in the world, 100 million.
Yeah, but our issues with communist interference inside of our country. Like, that report was about what these different elements do to interfere in our country and to undermine our foreign policy.
The president recently talked about Chinese election interference in the U.S., and as we know, there are many other ways in which China has influence within the U.S.
Well, again, what the president put out on Thursday, that was a declassification of documents from our intelligence community. That's what he put out. He declassified intelligence assessments from our intelligence community. But your question was about communist influence. Yeah, the United States doesn't want to be a communist country. We're never going to be a communist country, and we're not going to allow communist influences to undermine our politics or our society. So I don't know what the inconsistency you're referring to is. It's very clear. I don't, obviously
it's very clear.
Chinese system and other systems, but I can tell you our system doesn't want communism, and we're certainly not going to allow communist efforts to undermine American society and drive wedges into our country, and that's what we're seeing. And by the way, one of the leading culprits of that for many years, the intellectual authors, particularly in our hemisphere, is the Cuban regime, which our report on Monday outlined.
Are Cubans having a bigger impact
Did
on
you
the Chinese?
express concern regarding the clash between China and the Philippines in the South China Sea?
Did we discuss it with?
Clash between China and the Philippines in the South China.
Oh yeah, it's been a high-profile issue. We've all seen it, and it's a sort of an escalatory thing that we think is very negative, and benefits no one. And obviously, we've reiterated in every meeting we've had that the U.S. has a treaty arrangement with the Philippines. I believe we're the only treaty partner the Philippines has. We intend to live up to our treaty obligations, and I think we've done so, and will continue to do so.
With sense of escalation, how difficult is it to inspire
Okay,
confidence?
here we go. He's stepping on stage now. Let's get him on here. Here we go. And I'll wait for that music to stop. I don't want to have to tag it out. Lee Greenwald doesn't like my fucking music. He likes to steal my entire live stream for playing his music when the Trump comes out for 5 seconds. So if you guys want to know what God Bless America means to me, it means someone stealing my entire piece of content and commentary, an entire live stream, and all of its money, because their song might be played. Okay, here we go.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's a special place. And I am here to announce my candidacy.
Uh-oh. What? What? Bro, what? Bro, what?
I'm only kidding.
I'm only kidding. You better be.
Boy, I tell you, what a group. We have thousands of people outside.
Bro, what?
On a weekday. The weather's nice.
Going up.
But we're in Marietta. We're in Atlanta, right by it. And I just want to thank everybody. Those are places. You know, we had a tremendous victory here. And it was a big, beautiful victory. We won by a lot. And we have some great candidates running. They got to win by a lot. Otherwise, we're going communist. I don't think anybody wants that. We're not going to do that. But I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Georgia with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. And with your help in 2024, we earned more votes than any candidate in Georgia history. There's never been anything like it. And when I say that, I have to be careful, because look at all the fake news back there. They will correct me. They will say, he said he earned more. If I didn't earn, if I was 2 votes short, they would say,
the way he
lying,
paused on
he's
it,
lying.
that was...
They are sick individuals. They're the fake news. But I have to be careful. No, we weren't. We had more votes than any candidate in the history of this great state, and I'm very proud. I love Georgia. I've always loved it. And every day since, I've been fighting for the people of Georgia like no president has ever fought before, and you're doing well, too. We're going to keep it that way. And 18 months ago, you were in trouble. Our country was in trouble, frankly. It was a catastrophe what was happening. Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats, they're Democrats, D-U-M, Democrats, created
I love how he has to spell it every time.
Inflation in 48 years. Scott Bessent, was it the worst inflation in 48? Now, if Scott doesn't have credibility, nobody does, okay? He said it's the worst, and it was. It was actually, I think it was beyond 48 years, but 48 years is good enough. Wide open borders with millions of people, even from the world's worst prisons from all over the world. They were pouring into our country. All over the globe they came, prisons and gang members, drug dealers, child predators. 11,888 murderers, many of whom committed more than one murder. More than 50% committed more than one murder. We had transgender for everybody. Men and women's sports came ravaging through our cities. And the whole world was laughing at us. We were a joke all over the world, but not anymore.
Not anymore. Look at the guy behind him laughing. He's like, yeah.
They're not laughing anymore, Jackson. Gonna be your next governor right here. 2 years ago, our country was dead, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, respected by everybody all over the world, the hottest. And we're respected like, I say we respected maybe like never before. When I took office, we inherited the worst border in U.S. history. It was an open wound. It was an open sieve. We quickly turned it into the most secure border in the history of our country within 2 months. And numbers were just released by the Democrats that in the past 14 months, a historic record of 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. And now our crime numbers are among the lowest they've ever been. It's plummeting downward. And nobody's ever seen anything like it. Nationwide crime has been the lowest numbers that we've had in many, many decades. Last year, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's since 1900. That's before my father was born. Before my father was born, think of it, from the year 1900, lowest murder rate and that's despite the fact that we had millions of people poured into our country who were in many cases, very, very dangerous people. We cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by 67%.
Half of Hollywood don't want those files to be released. Facts. You hear JDM, fucking Joe Rogan about that? That was crazy.
And drugs coming in by ocean, sea, by water was cut 97%. We're trying to figure out who the 3% are because they are among the bravest people anywhere in the world. You've seen that. They are the bravest people in history, I believe. We're making the largest ever investment in the United States Armed Forces, and we've got the strongest and most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. There's nobody close. And I built it during my first term. I built our military. And as you know, they stupidly gave a lot of it away, but actually it was a lot, but it was small compared to what we built. But they gave a lot of it away to the Taliban, to Afghanistan. They gave it away. Just take it. We're leaving. Let's leave brand new machines behind. Let's leave airplanes behind. I said to him, well, what if you just fly it out and we'll take it back, or we can even fly it back to the United States if you'd like. Sir, I think it's cheaper to leave it. Brand new planes. It was so sad. I saw what was happening. What a disgusting thing took place. But we then, as you know, we won Venezuela,
then we
which
just
is
kept
now
doing the
working
same
with
thing.
us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil.
It's kind of weird to like
Getting all
have
great
the
with
talking
one
points that
day.
you're against now.
And we've already paid for that operation many, many times over. We're taking tremendous amounts of oil, and they're taking tremendous amounts of oil. It's a partnership, in a sense. They're doing a great job. We're working together. And millions of barrels of oil is going to Houston and Louisiana, coming to you indirectly after it's refined. They're refining it there. But millions and millions of barrels of oil. And also Venezuela is doing better than they've ever done before, too. The big oil companies are going in, and they're signing up. We have Chris Wright working on it, Doug Burgum working on it, Scott is working on them, and it's been incredible, actually. It's got serious oil. In fact, if you combine us and Venezuela, we have about 62% of the world's oil market. So we don't need straits. We don't need anything. We don't need the Hormuz Strait, but we do it because we have to do it, because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. So we're likewise winning
Still
in
paying
the
$4 a gallon for gas.
Islamic Republic
trying.
of Iran, and we're ensuring that they will never, ever be able to do to us what they've done to so many. You know, they've killed 52,000 plus protesters. People that were protesting have been killed. 52,000 over the last 4 months. Nobody wants to talk about the fake news back then, never mentions that. And I just left Dover Air Force Base, which is an incredible place, but oftentimes very sad, because that's when they bring the bodies of our great heroes, our great patriots, warriors. They bring them back to Dover. And I've been there many times before. This was in particular something very sad. I attended the dignified transfer ceremony for 4 great U.S. service members killed in the conflict with Iran. As they returned to American soil at Dover. And one of the families happened to be traveling to Georgia. Beautiful family, beautiful wife and husband and brother-in-law.
His biggest
And
truck,
he said, I'm
biggest
going
fuel tank.
to Georgia too. Where are you going? He says, well, after this, sir, they lost their beautiful son. We're going to Georgia. I said, so if you want, I'll give you a ride on Air Force One. And they said, wow.
And they said, wow. And they said, wow. And so I said, yeah, wow.
So today, I then said they were on Air Force One, and it's quite nice, I must say. And they said, wow, this is something, thank you so much. But they're heartbroken, they're heartbroken. But they couldn't believe it. And they live very close to here. They live minutes away. And we're here today, and I said to them, celebrating the memory of their beautiful, this was a beautiful son. I read, when I go to Dover, I read charts on all of the young people and some are unbelievable. Some are a little bit, they got a little bit of couple of little bad things put in. This is a son who was like a flawless, perfect person, beautiful, beautiful son, handsome in every way, brilliant, respected by everybody. His sheet read so beautifully, and I told them that their beloved son, and his name was Lieutenant Tyler Feehan, and he was
Don't spam the chat.
A person that was going all the way. He was going to be a general. He would have been a general very quickly. He was heading in that path. But I just want to thank Tyler's mother, Sherry, his father, Stephen, and his uncle, David, great people. I got to know them a little bit on the plane. And standing there watching this sight, which is, it's very, very tough to watch, to be honest with you. Very tough. I think it's the toughest thing I do. Of anything I do all this stuff, but I think it's the toughest thing I do. But to Sherry and Stephen and David, we will carry Tyler's memory in our hearts forever. And I just want to thank you. It's an honor to have you here today. Please.
They can't even write the new generation can't even write in cursive. I don't think that has anything to do with learning how to read. The old generation can't even fucking type.
Thank you very much. You see the way everybody feels. Your neighborhood, this is your neighborhood. Can you believe it? You see the way they feel. Thank you. Thank you, Sherry. He's looking down right here. He's so proud right now. So together we're making our country safer and stronger and far more successful than it's ever been before. And that's happening before your very eyes. That's why I call it the golden age. This is the golden age of America. We're building more plants than at any time in the history of our country. And not just AI and all of the different things you read about. Things like auto plants, the old-fashioned way. Toyota just announced they're leaving Mexico, and they're coming in. They're going to be building the largest plant anywhere in the world. They're all coming back.
And just like that, our poll is over.
We're going
to stay live, but I'm going to a second week poll. One second, guys.
They're coming in from all over.
Second poll.
And people that have been doing this, people like Scott, others that have been doing this for a long time, they've never seen anything like it. I don't think you've ever seen anything like it. McGee, have you? You haven't seen anything. He's doing such a great job. In 4 long years of the sleepy Joe Biden administration, they got less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. In 4 years, much less than $1 trillion.
Get your votes in now. Hour 2 starts now.
2 years, much less than 2 years, actually. In fact, at the end of the first year, but less than 2 years, in my administration, we've secured more than $19.2 trillion in new investment from all over the world. So think of that. So in 1 year, they did much less than $1 trillion of investment. We were losing this country, I'll tell you. And the welfare, you see all the theft that's going on. Guys are stealing $100 million, some guy from the street.
Some guy from the street?
$100 million.
$100 million. What are you talking about, bro?
Going through the roof. The costs were going through the roof.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Taking place. But think of it. So they did less than $1 trillion in 1 full year.
Some guy.
In 4 years. They
stole
did
$100 million. Some guy.
In 4 years, they did less than $1 trillion. We did 19.2 in 15 months. Think of that. The pharmaceutical company, we're bringing our we learned that through COVID, we're bringing the pharmaceuticals back. But the big pharmaceutical company, UCB, is investing $2 billion to build its first ever American manufacturing plant right here in Gwinnett, Georgia. Gwinnett. Look at the front row Joes. I love these people. I love these people. I think there are about 283. I don't know what the hell they do. I think they make a lot of money, too. I'm hearing they're very rich. They follow us. It's a rock concert, right? You have a good time, right? Thank you. They've been with me right from the beginning.
These people stand up for are crazy. That is crazy.
4, 5, 6, close to 1,000. It might be. You think he's kidding? It might be. Well, we love you. Thank you very much. We love you guys. Thank you. We have groups. We have a group from, I don't know if they're here, but we have a group from North Carolina, women, beautiful women. They follow us. And they're at 218, I think. 219. They come. And I always say, what the hell are your husbands saying about this? This is crazy. They're these beautiful women. I think they're sort of a wealthy family. I don't know what the hell's going on with them. But, you know, like the Front Row Joes, it's good. We have a lot of those groups. They're just great. They've been with us right from the beginning. And you know why they're with us? Because they love our country. That's why they're with us. It's really why they're with us. So, Japan is investing $600 million in a cutting-edge diamond processing facility, as you probably read this morning in your state. $600 million. Yamaha Motors is building its brand new U.S. headquarters in Kennesaw. And the stock market has set, and that's with this skirmish we have going on. I call it a skirmish. Because every time they make a deal, they want to change it and everything. They're not ready. They'll be ready very soon. And this is despite this. It's going on. The stock market has hit 73 all-time highs since the election. Think of that. And the typical American's 401k is up by $34,000, setting records day after day. It's up by numbers that have never been seen before. So your 401ks, they always say, oh, the stock market. Stock market's very important. But I have people coming up to me that have 401ks. They said, you know, I was a disaster. My family wouldn't talk to me. They thought I was a total loser. And now I'm like, the one guy said, I feel like Warren Buffett. No, the markets are right through the roof. And it's a beautiful thing to watch, frankly. It's beautiful. It's brought families together. I mean, I told the story about a policeman in New York City. He said, my wife was really down on me because the 401k was a disaster, wasn't moving. And you get elected, and it's she thinks I'm the most brilliant financial mind in the world now. She loves me much more than she did. She's close, but you should never love for that reason. Remember that, please. And while the stock market is skyrocketing way up, inflation is way down. We're coming way down. And last week, it was announced just last week that inflation dropped by the largest amount in more than 6 years. Because we're doing it right. We're running the country properly. And they tried to blame high prices on me. So think of it. When I inherited this thing on January 20th, we had the highest inflation in
the country.
Many, many years, 48 years, they say. I say maybe ever. This is what I inherited. And when I had
23's creepy?
Nothing, I had nothing to do with it. I walk into
23.
office, I have a press conference first or second day, and they're screaming at me, what are you going to do about high prices? Right? What are you going to do? I said, I just got here. What are we talking about? Tell me. Eggs have gone up 4 times. 4 times. I said, I just got here. Give me a break. They did. They hit me with the eggs, and you remember that? Kelly, you remember I got hit with the eggs. First day, first press conference, nice friendly press conference. You know, they treat me so nicely. What are you going to do about the prices? And they said, they used the word, first time I heard it, it was a word, you know, made up by the Democrats. Affordability. They said, affordability. I said, I've been here 1 day. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. And we're taking care of it, you know? We're taking good care of it. They had the highest prices. They had the highest prices. In fact, with the eggs, you know, we have an Easter egg hunt like a few months after this, and they said, don't order eggs, sir, because they're so expensive. Use plastic eggs. They wanted me to give the kids. I said, nope, we're going to get it done. And we did a great job. Our Secretary of Agriculture did a great job, and we got the price now of eggs is lower than it was when we started, right? And many other things, too. And oil will be coming, it's going to be tumbling down. It was 3 weeks ago. They thought we had a deal. I said, I don't think we have a deal with these guys. They break every deal they make. But I said, you know, but people thought the geniuses on Wall Street, they came down, really down, and goes back up a little bit. But it's going to come down maybe lower than when we even started. But just give me a little time. I always say, give me a little. I said to the farmers, give me a little time, and look how we're doing with the farmers, what's going on with the farms and everything. This country is rocking and rolling. So every day we're fighting to put more money back in the pockets of the hardworking American families, and that's why with the help of our incredible Republican majorities in Congress, we've done so much. I proudly signed the great big beautiful bill delivering the largest tax cuts in American history. Largest in American history. And we did big ones first. You know, we had the best economy in history in my first term. A lot of people don't, because we had a COVID period, went all over the world, and we did a great job where they got no credit for it. We did Operation Warp Speed, and I'll tell you, we did a great job, but we got very little credit for it. We should have been given big credit, but we got credit for everything else. And we had the best economy, but this economy is ready to blow everything away, ever, of any country. There's never been anything like what's happening in the United States of America right now. So I just want you to remember that if you're paying a little bit more, a lot of it's come down now. We got it coming down very rapidly, actually. Look at the number just released. But it really would, you know, we inherited something from Biden, and we're giving it back to you, thousands and thousands of dollars each family. We gave it to you also. Remember, forgetting about prices, and I don't want to forget about it. I would never leave a sentence like that, because they'll say, he said forget about prices. I said, despite anything you see, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We gave you something that nobody ever thought of. This was my idea. I said, give people a deduction if they buy a car only that's made in America. Give them a deduction. They go out, borrow money. They're allowed to get a deduction. But this past filing season, 130,000 tipped workers right here in Georgia saved an average of more than $7,000 on their taxes, and that's because of no tax on tips. You know, we're building a tremendous military facility at the White House. It's a ballroom, but it's also a big military facility, a drone port on top, and tremendous things underneath. And they've been working hard, a lot of overtime. They work till 11 o'clock in the evening, almost every evening, 11:30. They get there at 6 o'clock in the morning. They're really working. And the other day I went over to them and I said, gather together. And I had, you know, hundreds of workers, very big.
I'm confused today.
It's beautiful. It's going to be incredible. It's an incredible project. It's a contribution to the United States.
For us pitching things he clearly lied about.
Wealthy people, very wealthy companies that cost this country. But what happened is I said to all the workers, it was a Sunday and they were working on a Sunday. Maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they should be in church. I don't know. I'll get them in trouble. But they were working on Sunday, and I said, remember this. No tax on overtime, all the overtime they're making. And they gave me a big cheer. No tax on overtime.
The other side
As an example, 700,000 Georgia workers saved an average of over $3,000 thanks to no tax on overtime. And 500,000 Georgia seniors paid $0.
I also thought this guy was done
Social Security
campaigning.
benefits thanks to no tax.
Didn't he retire from these
on
rallies?
Social Security. But perhaps most consequential of all is the provision that the great big beautiful bill that we're celebrating today. It's something that's beautiful. It's beautiful because it takes care of our youth.
We're celebrating
It's
it
called the
today
Trump
because it's
accounts
something
and
that
Sodom
beautiful. The big beautiful bill is something.
It's hot as a pistol.
Hot
And
as a
under
pistol.
this groundbreaking new policy, every American child gets a tax-free investment savings account that
Yeah,
can
from
grow over the
fucking
course
Dell
of their childhood
computers,
and
not
be
from
used
you.
for them when they reach 18 or 21.
What the fuck?
Their parents, grandparents, employers, and loved ones can contribute up to $5,000 a year. And with the modest contribution, these accounts will reach hundreds of thousands of dollars for these young people by the time they get to, let's say 18, let's say 21, but by the time they're just young adults, they could be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, most likely will be. And for decades, Washington politicians gave our children absolutely nothing but debt. But the Trump accounts, we're finally seeing and ensuring that every young American gets a great start in life and a really fair shot at the American dream, which is what we all want. They all aspire to that.
Hit the like button, hit subscribe, exactly.
And under the system, every newborn child gets $1,000 deposited in their Trump account at birth. Think of that, from the United States government.
No,
Think of that.
from
The
Dell
government
Computers. What are you talking about? It's
is
not from the
finally giving
government.
money back to our
Is,
children.
is Dell pissed off about this?
You think that was easy
These
to
are
get
Dell
from the
accounts.
Democrats? Not easy. Actually, they didn't vote for it. They didn't. I don't think we got one vote. We got a unanimous Republican vote. We didn't get any Democrat votes, I don't think. But they have a hard time justifying all of the things that they've done. But the government gives them $1,000 at birth, and from there it just goes up and up and up. And lots of people, like the employers, can put money into their children's accounts of the employees. It's a beautiful thing, and I'm seeing it. And again, over 7 million, and it really just started, I would say, Scott, a few weeks ago, because it was all of the very complex legal governmental things were worked out about 3-4 weeks ago, and we have over 7 million people already, children already, so that's great. And I want to just tell you that generous individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, Brad Gerstner, and so many others have donated billions of dollars to fund Trump accounts for millions of children. Some people are going to take the children from states, the entire state. Like Gerstner is looking at the state of Indiana, where he contributes the money for, these are wealthy people. They've made a lot of money. They're putting it back. But Michael and Susan, they're two special, incredible people. As an example, donated $6.25 billion into the accounts for youth. They gave them for youth. Michael Dell, Susan Dell.
Those are the people paying for it.
$6,250,000,000. I have a friend, he gave $50 million. I said, that's peanuts. That's not even close to the $250 million that Michael Dell gave. I said, what are you doing? You can do better than that. But people are loving it. And
feels like it.
You know what I say? Go out and buy a Dell computer, okay? Because as far as I'm concerned,
Can you stop?
that's great stuff.
Go
And the
buy a
Trump
shitty
Accounts
computer,
app,
guys.
for those that want, is now the #1 app in all of America. Isn't that nice for our youth? People are doing it. It's just caught on. In the past 18 days, nearly $1.5 billion have been deposited into the Trump accounts. Think of that. The money is pouring in, and it's for children and all sorts of advantages and tax advantages for the people that do it and make this investment in our future, because it's really an investment in our future. And all you have to do is go to TrumpAccounts.gov, TrumpAccounts.gov, and sign your
Hey, it's better than the fucking Obama rollout.
Today, and the child gets
They couldn't even figure out how to use a
from the
website.
government. You think that was easy to do? That wasn't easy to do. Tell the Democrats you're giving everybody $1,000. But we're pleased to be joined by some of those incredible Georgia families benefiting from the Trump accounts, including Cole and Allison Loden and their 3-year-old beautiful child Ray, their 2-year-old Rex, and 3-month-old daughter Ren. And Cole and Allison met at Kennesaw State University, where he played football, and he was a cheerleader and a respected guy, good student. Now Cole is a project manager helping build data centers, and just this past April, they became the first home buyers. Cole and Allison bought their first home. So I just want to come up here for a second, Cole and Allison. Come up, say a few words, wherever you may be. Where are you? Come on up. Come on. Don't worry about Secret Service. We've had people come up. One of them almost got beat up, and all they did was, I said, come on up. And they, oh, beautiful. Wow. That's so nice.
Bro, that Secret Service on high alert. That's a stressful job now. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. President, and the White House staff for allowing my family to be a part of this special event. It is truly an honor. Thank you, Mr. President, and your administration for the hard work and commitment that that made the Trump account possible. As a father, it's encouraging to know that our children's future can begin with an investment from day one. To every eligible new parent, I encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity by opening a Trump account for your child and continuing to invest in it each and every year. Mr. President, thank you for your continued commitment to investing in American families. And on behalf of my wife and me, thank you for providing our children with a greater opportunity to pursue and achieve their American dream. Thank you, and God bless America.
USA! USA! Dell computers, Dell computers, Dell computers, Dell computers, Dell computers.
Thank you very much, Cole. That's beautiful.
Thank you, Dell.
Also with us are Dean and Gabrielle Fungawing and their 4 children, Elise, Jude, Isaiah, and Talia, who also have been very proudly members of the Trump accounts. And Dean and Gabrielle are both entrepreneurs who believe in teaching their children the importance of self-reliance. And it's happening. You know, people are watching the market now. They're watching how are the stocks doing, how's it going, and they're only going up, it looks like, and we're going to keep it that way. So Dean and Gabrielle, come on up for a second, please. Wow. Wow. Beautiful.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for this honor. My American story began when my parents brought our family from Suriname to this city in 1990. We attended local schools and college right here in Georgia. And in 2008, my wife and I lost our jobs just before learning we were expecting our first child. A friend taught me the appliance repair and service trade, and it changed our lives. Together, we built a company serving over 55,000 homes across the city. And then she fired me and made herself CEO. Later, I founded a technology startup, and that patented technology, along with our team, protects millions and millions of square feet of commercial real estate from water damage. Standing with me today are my wife and our 4 beautiful children. We opened Trump accounts for each of them. And because investing in the next generation strengthens the fabric of America.
But Trump's a racist. Why is the black man on stage?
God bless America, and God bless you.
Why is the Indian man on stage? Donald Trump wants to deport all the Indians. Donald Trump's a racist. Old rhetoric don't work. Need new rhetoric. The Jew stuff, guys. Stay on the Jew stuff. Stay on the Israel stuff. There you go. But the race stuff, really dying fast for you. Bro up there in the top corner, American Dream. Woo!
Beautiful people.
Woo!
Well, thank you. The greatest tax cut in the history of our country twice now. And and they want to raise your taxes substantially. You know, I've been watching politics. I've been involved in politics in the other side, you know, for a long time. I've always found it interesting, fascinating, important. But I've never seen people say, ever, it's always politicians. I've watched great politicians. We will lower your taxes. They will always say, we will, even if they didn't mean it. They'd say, we will lower your taxes. These people say, we're going to raise your taxes. I've never heard it before. It's a new phenomena. It's a phenomenon.
Phenomenon? What the fuck?
They voted against
phenomenon?
No tax on
It's a phenomenon.
They voted against no tax on overtime. They voted against no tax on Social Security for the seniors. They voted against voter ID. Can you believe that? Well, you saw what happened. They caught thousands of votes in New Jersey where illegal aliens were allowed to vote, thousands and thousands of votes. They voted in favor of the transgender mutilization of your children and in favor of men playing in women's sports. Isn't that lovely? They voted against lower energy prices, lower car prices, and bigger paychecks for everyone. They voted against every one of these things. John Ossoff and the Democrat communists want to let the Marxists into power, bankrupt your families, and leave you totally undefended with wide open borders. But we will not let that happen to our country. We're not going to let it happen. Right?
I need to be in a
So
rubber
it's a
room.
very appropriate thing because I watched this man run and he's really phenomenal, actually. Because I liked the other side, too. I was a big fan of the other side, too. Two good men, frankly, but I watched him run and it was amazing what he was able to do. Very, very successful guy, and he decided he wanted to be governor because he thought he could do some really incredible things for this state, more so than have been done. And I'm very pleased to be joined today by a true champion for the people. He just won, Georgia business leader Rick Jackson, who I'm told has a big announcement to make. I don't know what this is. Come on up here, Rick.
You guys running for governor of Georgia, right?
Well, thank you. Mr. President, what you're doing on the Trump accounts is for foster children will, change lives. I know because I said earlier that it changed my life when I got a $100 Christmas gift in an orphanage. That's why here in Georgia we should not stop with $1,000. I want to announce when I become governor, I'm going to push the state of Georgia to match the federal contribution with another $1,000.
Oh yeah, that's cool. So if you're in Georgia, you actually might be able to get your kid out of poverty in 20 years.
And I believe our legislature will approve that. If they don't, I will personally donate it myself.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Mr. President, you're fighting for Georgians every day for the state and what you're doing to lower costs. Media does not report this, but
did that man just bribe his way to being governor? Did he just say he would give everybody $1,000?
Solutions to government. Let me give you an example. Not long ago, I was meeting with Susie Wells, who, in my opinion, is the best chief of staff in the modern history. But we were talking about America's antibiotics supply chain. And I told her we bought this last American plant in the United States in 21 because I didn't want China to leverage it on our president for trade. I told Susie something that every family should know. We produce one dose of amoxicillin for 7 cents. By the time it goes through all the middlemen, you pay $1. Susie looked at me and said, well, have you heard about Trump RX? And I said, she said, we're announcing it tomorrow to sell directly to the from the manufacturer to the consumer. That's a business solution. That really brings down costs. When we bought this manufacturer of antibiotics, we wanted to change the name to U.S. Antibiotics, which I thought was a good name. So It took the Biden administration 7 months to approve our bottle logo where it had been for the entire 35 years. Then, last summer, we wanted to bring out for our kids amoxicillin extended release. Under the Trump administration, we applied to have a new drug that hadn't been here in 25 years. Under his administration, it was approved in 60 days. 60 days.
I mean, that is a win.
So, Mr. President, thanks for what you're doing. I wish the fake news would report all these great business things that you're doing, but that's what I'm going to be doing in Georgia. I'm going to bring business solutions to solve real problems. The other side talks about affordability as if that's a solution. Affordability is not a political problem. Affordability is a business problem. It requires business solutions, just like this man's been doing all his life. My opponent wants to cut down businesses and cancel them just because I visited a restaurant. Well, that's just wrong. We are not going to do that. And I'm going to make sure that Georgia is the best place to do business and reduce affordability to the lowest it's ever been. And I'm going to be this man's favorite governor.
Well, that's the way to get your vote. That is the very way to get your vote. Man got his vote. Man got the endorsement and took it to Leverage Town.
Wow. He's going to be a great governor. He will be great. Thank you very much, Rick. We also have some true warriors with us, including State Senator Brian Strickland, who is running for the job of Attorney General. That's an important one. Well, get out and vote, and he's going to be fantastic. You have my complete and total endorsement, as you know, okay? And State Senator Greg Dolzwall, and that he is a fantastic guy who's, as you know, running for lieutenant governor along with Rick. That's a pretty good. Where are you? There you are. Where are you? Oh. What a man he is. You have my complete endorsement. You know that. You had it before, but you have it now. Okay? Great luck. You won't need it. Yeah, everybody needs luck, but you're not going to need that much. Very talented people need luck too, but they don't need it that much. And State Representative Tim Fleming, who is running for Georgia's Secretary of State. And they all have my complete and total endorsement. They're incredible people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations. I heard you had a great win. We also have State Representative Houston Gaines with us, who's a fantastic person, and he's running for Congress. And you already have my endorsement, and you already won your primary in record numbers, and now you have to go and beat a Democrat. Good luck. We'll be helping you, okay? Good luck. I want to thank as well, he was here, I didn't know he was going to be here, Treasury Secretary, I think he's going to go down as the best ever, Scott Bessent. That's good, Scott. Don't make him too popular, I won't like him anymore. That's very good. Secretary of Education, a woman who's absolutely incredible. She's moving education back to the states, Linda McMahon, and she's phenomenal. She's getting it back to the states so the parents can run the education. And I met your school board people. They were really great people, but you know, they want to work with the parents, and that's what we're doing. And Linda, you are doing some great job. She's moving it back. Not easy. Not easy. That's years and years of turmoil that went trying to do it. She just gets it done. This woman is incredible. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Another great person and great administrator, a woman who's really smart. Everybody loves her. Everybody respects her. And she runs a thing called small business, but small business, when you add it all up, it's probably bigger than any bank in the world, right? Kelly Loeffler, and you're here with Jeff. Jeff, stand up. Thank you. Great job, Cal. Treasurer of the United States, a man who was a senator here, and he was so ahead of everybody. He was so great. I said, "You want to be treasurer?" And he said, "I'd like to be treasurer. That'd be good." He's a great man. He's a person that loves Georgia like a lot. And it was not easy for him to take the other job, but he gets here. I'm sure he gets here plenty, but he loves Georgia. Brandon Beach. Brandon. Cobb County School Superintendent Chris Ragsdale with a beautiful family. With a beautiful family. And we have a man named Ralph Reed. Have you heard of Ralph Reed? Ralph Reed. He is a man that, with his group, a great religious leader, maybe the greatest religious leader, but with his group, is it 10 million doorbells you hit? And this was certified stuff. 10 million doorbells. He pressed 10, not personally, but he pressed a lot of them himself. And they wanted to make sure we had a big victory it's almost a couple of years ago, 18 months. And I just want to thank Ralph Reed. Thank you very much, Ralph. Thank you. Great job. Great leader. And one of the best lawyers in the country, a friend of mine. He's really incredible, and he's really based out of Georgia. He spends a lot of his time in Atlanta. David Schoen. Where's David? There's David. Hi, David. He's a great lawyer. You got a problem, go to David. Thank you, David. And Alveda King. So Alveda was with me from day one. Where's Alveda? She was with me. She was with me from day one when it was not at all fashionable. She was taking more grief, Alveda, but she knew what she was doing, and now she's like the queen of the world.
They cropped them on the Spain pics, did they?
Thank you, darling. We appreciated it. You always like those people when it wasn't fashionable, like Front Row Joe's. It wasn't fashionable, like the ladies from North Carolina, which maybe it wasn't fashionable. Well, they had a good time at least. But these are great people. Thank you all. Thank you all. Great group. And you guys get yourselves elected, please. I also want to thank a man who had to stay back in Washington to vote for Making America Great Again. Maybe the most important man in this room right now is not here. His name is Mike Collins, and he's going to beat Pee Wee Herman.
He's going to beat Pee Wee Herman? That's who he's calling Ossoff. Ossoff is Pee Wee Herman.
The reason he's not here is me. He wanted to be here. He wanted to be. They wanted to change. I said, don't change. Mike's not here, and it is my fault because we have a very big vote coming up on the military, farming, and other important things in a little while. It's going to be a little while. And I got to have Mike in Congress because he's like maybe the most, but certainly one of the most highly respected congressmen, Republican or Democrat, in Washington. Mike Collins is an amazingly respected man. He got the look, he's got the whole deal. And I said, Mike, I'm sort of here because of you. I said, Mike, if you're here, I'm going to be extremely upset with you because he has to vote. And, you know, it's razor thin. We lose all the Democrat votes on all these things. Think of it, tax cuts, biggest tax cuts in history they vote against. They vote against everything because you know why? They have Trump derangement syndrome, that's why. But I hope you're going to vote for Mike, and you've got to vote for him because he's running against, I call him Pee Wee Herman. He's Pee Wee Herman look-alike. You know, I don't know, people don't know this, but I beat him once before as a congressional candidate. Does anybody know that? He ran for Congress a number of years ago. I got involved in the race at the request of a friend of mine from Georgia because they didn't like him, and he was easily winning. He was winning by 25 points, and there were 5 people in the race, and he was way up. He was above 50. If you get above 50, you get it. And I backed a person, Karen, you probably remember. Didn't know her at all, but I thought anybody would be better than this guy. And he went from 70 to, believe it or not, 49.9. And that meant he was now in a runoff. So he thought he had it made. And he was in a runoff. And I got involved a little bit. I came here twice. I did a couple of rallies, and she ended up winning the race. He lost. But I have to hand it to him, because instead of being a congressman, he later on became a senator. If he was a congressman, he probably wouldn't have run. Who knows? I gave him a little credit for that. But he was easy to beat. He wasn't. I can't believe that he's a senator.
Public education
And he's not respected at all in Washington. You don't even hear his name mentioned. You don't hear his name mentioned. I mean, I hear all the names. I hear all the bad ones and the good ones. I hear them all.
Bro is just going
You don't
for
hear
it.
his
He's
name
been on
mentioned.
stage
He's not
for
even a factor.
fucking almost 50 minutes.
But you have a
now.
guy that is the most respected,
campaign
just
speech.
about one of the most
Go,
respected
my guy.
people in Mike Collins, and I hope you're able to go out and really cast your vote for him. He will bring so much. They call it pork. We call it money. But he'll bring a lot of action back to your state. He's a great guy, and he loves your state, and he's worked hard. He's got the whole package. Mike Collins, vote for Mike. And he's hard at work. He's hard at work right now in Washington. And
oh, shit.
last but not least, we have. But this guy's done such a great job. You know, the Mets have the highest
Get all weird.
salary in baseball, and they lose all the time. I'm trying to. And I say, maybe we could steal this guy. But the team, the way the Atlanta Braves has been managed for years, huh? For years and years. And he's the CEO of the Atlanta Braves, Mike Plant. He's been, you know, you don't realize how good he is, you know? When you have one of these guys, there are teams like that, you know, where they never go down. Then you have other teams, we're rebuilding. They've been rebuilding for years. I don't want to mention teams because I know all the owners are all friends of mine. I
You
get
mean the
myself in
Atlanta
trouble.
Braves?
But they're always rebuilding. We're rebuilding.
Yeah, they've been rebuilding the whole time. That's the Atlanta Braves,
It's
bro.
amazing. And then he
When did they have a
loses
winning
the best
season?
Player. He loses a great first
Sounds
baseman.
incredibly
I would say great
ridiculous
first
to say.
baseman, and they keep going along, and they get things for the first baseman. And he was really good. Dodgers got him. But I watched the Braves for years, and they've done such a great job. So along with one of the best managers in baseball, Braves legend Brian Snitker, who was recently inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Brian, both of you come up. Would you both come up? Come on up here. They deserve a little credit. They deserve credit. I mean, I've suffered. I've suffered with teams for the years I've suffered. Oh, listen.
They had winning seasons in
They say you're not allowed
2023 and
to do that.
2022.
Do
Then before that, the last time was 2003. So they had a 20-year gap where they didn't have a winning season.
Thank you,
But
Mr.
according
President.
to him,
Welcome
this
to
guy's
Marietta.
successful.
And as you can
and
see, Braves
good.
country is a real thing. And you got
No,
a
it's
room
fucking
full of Braves
not.
country right
You should lose and probably will lose to Pee Wee Herman.
Mike and I presented President Trump with one of our 4th of July 250th anniversary jerseys that the team wore over that weekend.
Ugh.
And I just wanted to tell President Trump that we're going to be back in Washington about a year from now. We're going to give him another World Championship jersey. So thank you.
Well said, Snit. Mr. President, I just want to say when you're done throwing four-seam fastballs for the United States of America, come back and do it for the Atlanta Braves. Thank you.
That's a great team. Those two are a great team. No, it's true. You watch you suffer with these teams for years and years. And
30
these
minutes
guys
to an
every year they
hour,
have a
bro.
great team.
He's 50 minutes in. He's
So
about
that's
to go
called
over
talent.
an hour on a
Some people
campaign
have it,
speech
some
for
people
somebody
don't.
else.
Most people don't.
Fucking nuts.
But under the Trump
Did not expect this at
administration,
2:30
Georgia
in the
is
afternoon
prospering
today.
again, and America's winning again because we finally have a president who puts America first. We put America first.
Now he's talking to third person. Okay, here we
And
go.
under my, I'm so proud of it, under my most favored nation, if you look at our policy on drugs, we have a most favored nation policy, meaning of all the nations in the world, we have to get the most favored price. And it wasn't easy, and I'm not going to bore you by saying I had to get other nations to approve it. And I did threaten them with tariffs if they didn't approve it. And I threatened the drug companies. I threatened everybody to get this done.
He's threatening
and no other
everybody.
president even tried because they said it was impossible
Bragging
to
about
do.
it.
But we're delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in history by a difference of 400, 500, and 600% reduction. So for decades, Americans paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. We were the highest price anywhere in the world.
Kinda how I
and
feel
now
at
we're
this
paying
point.
the lowest price
He ain't got
anywhere
nothing new
in the
to
world.
say.
And that has
Soldiers
a huge
are dying
impact on
today
your
as he's campaigning in Georgia for
healthcare
Senate
costs,
seat.
really on everything. I'm very proud of it.
Soldiers
Everybody
are
said it couldn't be
dying.
done. No
Sir,
other president
you are
ever
in a
tried it.
war currently.
Because you had to get the drug companies, which is tough, but then you had to get the
A
other
little
nations
wild.
to approve it, which is even tougher. So all you have to do now is go to TrumpRx.gov, and you're going to get drugs for prices that you never believed. I mean, prices where they're 80%, 70%, 60%, 90% in one case I saw.
So drugs are free.
Lower. So go
Only
there
on
and just get your
TrumpRx.
drugs and at a minimum price them out and go to your store and see if they can match it. But I don't think anybody's going to match it.
I think they can.
It's been amazing. Think of it. We went from the highest price 1 year ago, the highest price drugs anywhere in the world, like the fat drug. It cost, think of it.
The fat drug, like the fat drug. You see the guys fucking behind him? That's what they were there for. The guys behind him were there for that
And
moment
in London,
alone.
It was $87.
For the fat drug.
Okay, I told you I have a friend of mine. He's fat as you never saw a guy like that. He's a very
Here we
smart
go.
guy. Scott knows him very well. He's a great businessman, but highly neurotic, always eating. He does two things. He eats and he makes deals.
Are you talking about you?
And the eating he's not good at, other than quantity. But the making deals he's very good. But he called me up because, I buy this fat drug. And now he calls me Mr. President. He used to call me Donnie. Donnie, I buy this fat drug. And in New York, I pay $1,400. And in London, I just paid $87. They said, you're so rich, how do you even know? He said, I don't know. My people told me that. And so he said, I went out and I had it checked. And it was from the same exact company, the same plant. It was actually made in the United States, the same everything. He said,
he spent
what
all
the
that
hell
time
kind of a deal? I'm paying
investigating?
like almost 10 times as much. I said, that's the system. But it really awoke in me, and I said, I got to do something.
His fat friend. He had to save his fat
a pill
friend
that
from
will sell
bad
for
pricing. His fat
$10
billionaire
in London
friend.
or
For bad
in Munich,
pricing.
$10 is selling for $100
Good
or
anecdote, bro.
$120 for a pill in New York City or in Chicago, Los Angeles, or any other place. And I said, we got to do it. It's unfair. And I called up the drug companies, and they fought me, and then they said, you're right. They had all sorts of excuses. Well, we have to do research. I said, well, you're doing research for other countries too, right? So they finally gave in under very, very tough time for them. And then they said, and they gave in because they never thought I'd get the countries to do it. And I called up France. I started with Emmanuel Macron. I said, Emmanuel, you must raise your drug price. Oh, Donald, why would I do that? Because we're paying too high, and you're paying too low, and we're going to meet somewhere in the middle. No, Donald, I will not do that. Yes, you will. No, I won't, Donald. I will not do that, Donald. He said, yes, you will. And then finally he said, no. I said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a 200% tariff on every bottle of wine and champagne coming out of France. And he said, Scott was there, and he said, Donald, it would be my honor to do that. And we got France, so we got all of them the same way. That's too complicated. But we got it, and now we have favored nations, and we pay the lowest prices anywhere in the world from the highest prices. And that alone should win us the midterms.
So that's how favored nations works?
It's not going to be that easy.
Go over and yell at the French guy?
With the cheating and everything else that goes on. So make it too big to rig. Remember my statement, too big to rig, make it too big to rig, and watch those machines. Every day we're liberating our communities from the scourge of migrant crime. In nearby Clayton County, Georgia, federal law enforcement recently charged an illegal alien murderer from Mexico who shot a man in the torso and then shot another twice in the heart and the head.
Bro,
in
what?
Moore County, ICE arrested an illegal alien who sexually assaulted an 11-year-old girl and
Jesus
held her
Christ.
10-year-old sister
Okay, that's
at
not
knife
cool.
point for 1 week.
Fuck.
John Ossoff and the Democrat communities, they voted to defund ICE and leave Georgia families at the mercy of the monstrous criminals that we're getting out of here. We're getting them out at record speed. And by the way, we always stand with the heroes, the patriots of ICE and Border Patrol. Always. They take such abuse, and they do their job. And our strong borders are really, it's a policy of helping to bring down the cost of living. It really is. It's under Biden, over 60% of the increase in housing rental. The rental cost demand came from the flood of illegal aliens coming into our country. The government would pay thousands of dollars a month for apartments for illegal aliens. But for our warriors, for our ex-servicemen, for people that served in our military for 20 years and 25 years, and then they couldn't get into an apartment. They were living in the street. They didn't do anything. But they took care of illegal aliens, paying thousands of dollars a month in some of the most luxurious hotels in the country. It's crazy what they were doing. It's crazy. But thanks to our policies, the cost of rent is now down by more than 10% in a short period in the Atlanta area compared to the peak of the border invasion. The border invasion, I mean, these people were occupying all the apartments that the government was paying, and they were never going to be great. They were never going to be, remember the word I made up, the caravans. They came in thousands and thousands came by caravan, and many murderers were in these caravans to stop the massive theft of taxpayer dollars, including by the millions and millions.
I feel like I can get the cadence. I feel like he's wrapping it up.
Launched the war on fraud, led by Vice President J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. We ended Medicaid for illegal immigrants, and we redirected $50 billion to make the largest investment in rural health in the history of our country. You're getting hospitals built in areas just like this that the Democrats would never do it. Number one,
just me.
They said that's Trump country. We're not going to do anything. They wouldn't spend because we got tremendous votes. In your whole state, we got tremendous. We won in a landslide. In just 18 months, we've turned this country around like nobody's ever seen before. Think of it. Our border is secure. Jobs are up. Inflation is way down. Factories are opening. Investment is pouring into our country. I told you, $19.2 trillion. Our military is more powerful than it has ever been before by far. You see that. Venezuela, Iran. America is back. It's stronger than ever before. And I'm telling you, it's only going one way. It's going up. As long as we keep our current thinking, our current system, it's going up. If you go the other way, nothing ever succeeds. I made the statement once, with communism, everything turns to shit. Okay.
That's a solid quote. Bro needs to be saying that one more. That's a solid one. That's a solid quote. With communism, everything goes to shit.
She said, you were doing so nicely, and then you had to use a foul word. You know, Franklin Graham wrote me a letter. President Trump, I love your speeches. I think they're great. But, sir, if you wouldn't use foul language, the speeches would even be better. And I wrote him back. I said, actually, frankly, they wouldn't, because there's like no word that can replace that word with respect to the subject matter that we're talking about, right? But that's all right. But I try hard. I try hard to keep them clean. But it's true. With communism, everything turns. With the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will crush violent crime, impose harsh new penalties for dangerous repeat offenders, crack down on Marxist proxy. Oh, these prosecutors are so bad. They're so evil, what they do. And the rogue judges, you don't have a chance in front of these people. If Obama puts in a judge, I don't care how good your case is, you barely have a chance of victory.
But capitalists can.
Nobody suffers it like I do. I get an Obama judge. First thing who appointed the judge? Barack Hussein Obama. Oh, that's a problem. And we will end no cash bail. The real bad stuff, these guys, they get out, they kill somebody, they're let out, they kill somebody the same afternoon. we'll pass the Great Health Care Plan. It's called our Great Health Care Plan. That's the name of it, to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be much better, and you will save a lot of money. Because as you see, Obamacare is a total disaster. It's been a disaster. It's gone up through the roof. It's a total disaster. We want to spend the money. We want to give you the money directly. Buy your own health care. What's happening is these insurance companies taking billions and billions of dollars, and they don't give a damn about you. And you go out
kind of like the military.
At a price
they take billions of dollars, and they don't give a damn about you.
So we want to give you the
money. Kind of like PX
and you spend the money, and you go around and negotiate. You're going to have money left over, so much better, and you're going to have much better health care.
Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, y'all.
Finally, we have to pass the Save America Act to defend American elections. And I have to say, Mike Johnson and Congress have done a great job, but we're having a hard time in the Senate. The Senate, what they're doing is it's just not right. Congress is going to pass it again. They passed it 3 times. They're going to pass it again. It's like the Senate is a place that you send things when you want them to die.
Facts.
We can't do this, and we're not going to take this any longer. That's true. We're not going to take it. You know,
the Senate is the oligarchs.
Trying to be really nice. You saw we had a big victory last night in Arizona. I've had victories everywhere, but we're not going to be able to take it much longer when they can't get past voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots because they're crooked as hell. So right now, Congress is working to get as much of our plan as possible into the budget bill to identify and really terminate. Look, what they should do, very simple. A lot of you don't know about filibuster. They should terminate the filibuster and approve everything.
Facts.
Because the Democrats are going to
do that anyway.
The Democrats
well, they both say that they're going to do it, but
as soon as they have
enough with the fucking filibuster. They don't do anything otherwise.
Puerto Rico and D.C. as a state. They got 4 more senators. They're going to end up with 12 more congressmen. They're going to get like 40 electoral votes. If they are allowed to do that, by that time I'll be sitting home. And I'm not a big crier. I don't think you want to see me cry, you know? Some people, they do very well when they cry. But you don't want to see me cry. But I may be crying when I'll be sitting home and I'll say I told them they got to really terminate the filibuster, get everything approved right away. Because you're going to have a stoppage. You're going to have a stoppage in September. The Democrats won't approve everygoing. They become deranged, like deranged.
Yeah, they're going to stop the government again
deranged
right
sick
before
puppy?
the election.
They're deranged, and they won't approve. You're going to have a shutdown in September, and in 2 years later, you have the debt ceiling bill. They would love it. I call it the 1929. You know what 1929 means? That was not a good year, and there's no reason for it. They should terminate the filibuster. Everybody call John Thune at the Senate. He's the leader of the Republican Party. And tell him to get
Put those
this
calls
stuff
in now,
approved.
y'all. Enough with the oligarchy. Do what the party wants.
We're fighting so that all voters must show voter ID. We're fighting so that all voters must provide proof of citizenship, okay?
Excellent.
And also the no mail-in ballots, very important. And we're doing exceptions for illness, disability, military deployment, travel. If you're away and you have problems, we'll be very easy on that. Look, if you're away, if you're in the military, you want to vote, we want you to vote. But we'll also enshrine in permanent law no men in women's sports and no transgender surgery.
We're going to keep the audio rolling. We're going into our 3rd hour of our poll, so I just got to pull that up real quick, guys. Audio's still live. Be back in 1 second.
So, ladies and gentlemen of Georgia, the golden age of America is upon us. We are in the golden age. This is the greatest we'll ever be. And together, with your help and the patriots all across this magnificent land, we love our country. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again.
And our third-party candidate tonight is Mark Kelly.
Strong again. We will make America proud again.
Get your vote in
We
now.
will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you.
And that's it. All right. So now the drump's done. Let's go back to Rubio real quick.
At these meetings, such as the ones you've had today, that the U.S.
If we stay above 50, we'll continue to keep the show going, guys. I got to go and make a quick phone call real quick. But I will be back in 1 second. So stay with us.
No, I think everybody here understands that the U.S. would love to reach a diplomatic settlement. We would love to reach an agreement, if it were possible, with Iran that would ensure they never have a nuclear weapon and obviously help stop them. And we'd love to have an agreement where they say we'll no longer sponsor terrorism and we will not pursue a nuclear weapon or the things you need for a nuclear weapon. I think if there's a lack of confidence, is the lack of confidence that the Iranian regime will ever agree to any of those things. That would be the lack of confidence. And the bigger lack of confidence should be that they've already made commitments very recently in a memorandum of understanding and within 2 weeks have violated it. So I think if there's any undermining of confidence, it's confidence that the Iranian system, as it currently is structured, can reach an agreement. And so you wonder whether they're serious about an agreement in the short term. But look, the president always prefers to negotiate and reach a deal on these things. And we're willing to do that. We've tried to do that now for a year and a half, but we're also not going to sit by and let ships be blown up or Americans be attacked.
Do you see any hope for a compromise? If Iran refuses to negotiate seriously,
who's this?
If Iran refuses to negotiate seriously,
yeah.
What is the next step? So more sanctions, more military actions? Are you prepared for long-term confrontation?
Well, the president has many options available to him if they continue to insist on not being cooperative, and I won't get ahead of the president on any of those, but I think Iran knows we have many options as well.
The president suggested that Iran should be added to Russia's Sanctions Act. Is this kind of acknowledgement of Moscow-Tehran growing alliance?
Of what now?
Are you guys acknowledging this growing alliance between the two? Because you're suggesting to add Iran to Russia's Sanctions Act.
Oh, I just think the president views as a legislative vehicle that's going to pass in Congress and provides him more authorities to impose higher economic costs on Iran if it's necessary to do so. So I don't think it has. I think it's just the bill that's moving, and it's a sanctions bill, and so it makes sense if you're going to add additional sanctions to do it to that bill.
On Cuba, is the goal still creating regime change through economic collapse, or is the military option?
I think the goal is to have a Cuba where the people of Cuba can experience prosperity, safety, security, and a better life moving forward. The way Cubans are able to do all over the world when they leave Cuba, and we're prepared to be very realistic about how you do that, and patient about how you get in a serious process that leads to that. And we've engaged them from time to time in that regard, and they know where we stand on that issue, and hopefully that's where it arrives. The fundamental problem Cuba has right now is two things. Number one is their economic system doesn't work because that economic system doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. It's completely backwards. It just doesn't work, and that's why people have to leave that country. And number two, they're no longer getting free oil from Venezuela. That's their biggest problem. They're not getting free oil from Venezuela, which, by the way, they weren't using for their power grid. They were taking about 60% of the free oil they were getting from Venezuela and reselling it for cash. So the biggest problem Cuba has is that their regime is a disaster, their economic model doesn't work, and the people who run the country don't know what the hell they're doing. And all they're most interested in is holding on to power. They are afraid of economic prosperity because they are afraid that economic prosperity and economic liberties they will lose control over people. And that's always been the struggle they faced in recent times. But again, look, just today, we began shipping over $100 million of humanitarian assistance to Cuba, which will be distributed by non-governmental entities on the ground. So, we're willing to engage with them. We've engaged with them in the past. We'll keep talking to them about the kind of changes they can make. But this is 90 miles from our shores. This is a government that has spent, a regime that has spent the better part of 30, 40, 50 years destabilizing the region and the movements that they've supported. And they've lost, 10 to 15% of their population since 2021 because of how mismanaged the country is. We want it to have a better future, and we're prepared to do things that help them get there. But they have to decide they want to do that. The people that are in charge there right now just don't want to do it. It's unfortunate.
The
Very sad.
administration
Very
was
sad.
talking about how they expected just to follow up, to see regime change or to see big changes in Cuba, economic, political, by the end of this year. That's what a lot of them were saying.
Who's a lot of them? Who was saying that?
People within the administration who work on this issue.
Like who? Because I work on this issue more than anybody else.
They weren't predicting it, but like there was an expectation that Cuba was so.
No, look, guys. I mean, this global affairs are not like. We're not a mini-series. Like you get in 3 episodes and it's over. I mean, global affairs are difficult. You're talking about a system that's been in place, since 1959. You're talking about a country that suffered tremendously because of poor leadership and a bad economic model. You're talking about a regime that survived all these years because they had a foreign sponsor, be it the Soviet Union or Hugo Chavez. They don't have that anymore. So, these are complex things that take time, and obviously we're prepared to do what we can do to effectuate a positive change in Cuba because it directly impacts our national security. Cuba matters to us because it's 90 miles from our shores and it has a direct impact on our national security, be it the things they've been involved in the past, the countries they've aligned with in the past and currently, or the threat of mass migration, which is always a risk that you run when countries are as deeply destabilized as Cuba is. It's a failed state. It's a failed state, but I've never laid out any timeline as to what change would look like or when it would happen. I wish it was tomorrow because they deserve it. The people of Cuba deserve a better future.
Mr. Secretary, on your argument that Iran has violated the MOU, isn't the MOU inherently flawed because in paragraph 5 it explicitly acknowledges Iran has power in the Strait of Hormuz, whereas no other formal agreement before had acknowledged or recognized it?
No, I don't think that's what the MOU says. Certainly that's not the way we interpreted it from the very beginning. We understood that to mean, we understood that to mean that they would ensure that no ships were being blown up, and they chose to violate that. The MOU does not give them the right to launch drones and missiles against commercial shipping vessels. That the MOU doesn't give them the right to do that, and they chose to do it.
Power over the strait to begin with in the MOU?
Well, we don't acknowledge their power. But the only thing I tell you that they have missiles and drones, and they're launching them against ships. The MOU doesn't say you're allowed to launch missiles and drones against commercial shipping in the Straits of Hormuz. It doesn't say that anywhere in the MOU.
You mentioned, Secretary, that China has been cooperative in some ways with the issue of Iran. What were you...
Well, I'm not going to tell you about all of them, but I'm going to tell you one in particular, and that is they've been pretty clear that they don't support any tolling or restrictions on global shipping through an international waterway. And a statement like that from a country like China is important.
How concerning is the Houthi threat for the additional shipments of energy for the Saudis? Are you worried that that could have a...
Well, the Houthis have done that in the past, as you know. They've threatened global shipping there in the past. And
back at it,
anything
guys.
that restricts shipping through the Red Sea would be problematic for the same reasons that the Strait of Hormuz is problematic. So we're watching that closely, that situation. We've been engaged with the Saudis on a number of times over the last week in regards to that threat. It's not a new threat, but it's one that's manifested itself in the past. But at the gist of that issue is the fact that, again, Iran is in the middle of it. Talking about the troublemaker in the region, it's Iran. They decided to send direct flights from Tehran into Yemen, carrying IRGC elements and others into the country. And the Saudis responded to it, and that's what's led to the situation we're now facing. We hope it can be de-escalated. Obviously we're not particularly close to the Houthis, in terms of being able to influence the decisions they make. But I think it's just another example. The Houthis, Hezbollah, the militias in Iraq, Hamas, this is what Iran spends its money on. It's not on its people. It's on supporting terrorist organizations and destabilizing actors in the region.
But what does Israel spend its money on? It's the same damn thing.
The U.S. to protect shipping in the Strait.
Wild.
Yeah, because it's still shipping. Yeah, we've had conversations. There are countries that have expressed interest. Again, some of them have different ways they have to get there in terms of how it's authorized. Some need an international flag. They need to do it under the mandate of an international organization. Some need to go through the legislative process. But the reason why I mentioned it to you is because if you look at where that oil and you look at where that energy is destined, it's not to the United States. It's to other countries. And so, plus I think every country in the world has an interest in protecting the right of shipping in international waters and freedom of navigation.
I know you don't want to get into the details on the Saudi civilian nuclear agreement, but just broadly, for people who have non-proliferation concerns, for people who listen to U.S. rhetoric about how dangerous it would be for another country to get a nuclear weapon, doesn't having a less than gold standard agreement in the Middle East run a risk?
Well, I'm not going to opine directly on that agreement. We're going to put out even when the moment is appropriate, we'll put out that in writing. We have to do it with Congress anyways, so we'll certainly do it publicly. But suffice it to say, the U.S. is not going to reach any agreement with any country in the world that leads to the risk of proliferation.
Did you discuss non-proliferation in the meeting with the Chinese, or will you be bringing that up with Mr. Lavrov tomorrow?
On nuclear?
Yeah.
Well, we didn't talk about it this time. We've talked about it in the past, and I think the president's point, and he's right, is in the modern era, if we're going to have a nuclear arms restriction talks and arms control talks, it has to include the Chinese side because they're rapidly building their own nuclear capabilities. I would imagine the Chinese will argue that once they catch up to the U.S. and Russia, then they'll enter these negotiations. But until then, I think that's been their historic argument in the past. But I think the president rightly points out that in the 21st century, if you're going to have true arms control, it has to be tripartite. It has to be the U.S., Russia, but also China. But we didn't discuss it today.
Are you satisfied with what China's been doing on the fentanyl issue? It was the basis for a lot of tariffs that appear to be they keep getting struck down.
Well, we continue to talk to them about that issue, and obviously I think we've made some progress. That some of the commitments that they made in earlier this year, they've begun to live by. Others remain a work in progress, and I know that as recently as today, our law enforcement is visiting China, and we've had their law enforcement come to Washington earlier in the year. So we remain engaged with them, and ultimately we think in the long term this poses a threat to China as well. So I would hope that they would have an interest in being cooperative because in the end these same elements that are shipping fentanyl precursors all over the world will eventually do the same if they're not doing it already inside of China and their neighboring countries. So it's a work in progress, but I think we've made some progress on that front, but not entirely where we need to be.
You met with Japanese foreign minister.
Yes.
China has been its economic and military pressure on Japan. So how do you see the worsening of Japan-China relationship? How do you
see the China-America relationship?
The worsening.
He's like, what?
Oh, the worsening, yeah. So look, I mean, obviously, we're very close to Japan. We understand what they're facing right now. They're facing, real restrictions, export controls and all sorts of things. And obviously you talked about some of the aggressive measures that have been taken. It's a troubling trend. I don't think that China-Japan relations are at their high point right now. We're very close to Japan. We have treaty obligations with Japan. We have deep history of cooperation with Japan, and that's going to continue. But we see it with concern.
You say after securing 1 Americans released from Iran last week, can Americans expect more detainees to come home, including colored?
I think they should all be home. I'm not going to predict or prognosticate what others we may see released, but we would like to see them all the wrongfully detained people released, not just from Iran, but all over the world. But it'll always be a priority in our conversations, even when those restart.
How's that channel working? There's so much hostilities, literally, between Iran and the United States.
Which channel?
The channel to get wrongfully detained people out. Obviously, just bore some success. How is that happening amidst this warfare going on?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's a valid point. We were fortunate to see one instance in which one person who shouldn't have been there should not have been held there was released. We'd like to see more. It's a feature of our conversation with them. It would obviously be easier to have that conversation if some of these other things weren't ongoing. But I think the fact that we're even detained to begin with speaks volumes as to the nature of the regime that we're dealing with. But yeah, I mean, it's not the most productive moment for it, but we're very fortunate and blessed that lady got out because she never should have been held in the first place.
Mr. Secretary, is there anything you can tell us about the pending U.S. arms sale to Taiwan?
I'm sorry? Well, there was one late last year, and the other one continues to be under review. As I said, we had the largest single sale ever in December. So it's not like nothing has happened, but there's a second pending sale that's been notified to Congress, but it's still undergoing a review internally.
Why is that under review? Your State Department.
Well, there's a lot of reasons. I know, but there's a lot of reasons why arms are under review, and that includes, we have to look at our own stockpiles. We have to look at the availability of whatever it is we're promising to do. As you know, there's a huge effort on our part to restart our defense industrial base and restart its ability to produce. People ask this all the time. I mean, we made very extensive sales and have continued to make sales, for example, to Ukraine. And before that, we gave them to Ukraine. So all these things have an impact, and we do have our own domestic needs that have to be balanced with whatever commitments we make to other countries. So it would be normal for a large sale to be reviewed in that context.
One of the Tate Brothers lawyers mentioned you by name. I know one of the Tate Brothers lawyers mentioned you by name. Do you plan to get involved with the extradition challenge that they?
Oh, he's acting like he doesn't even know what it is.
No, look, that extraditions, I don't know the details.
He's acting like you don't even know what it is. Fuck off, man. That's such a lie. Is this how you're going to be president?
My understanding is that they're involved in that judicial process. And so that'll play itself out.
What?
And there's no role for us to play at this moment or maybe ever in that regard. But I'm not going to opine on something
okay.
That's a legal process.
Is the U.S. trying to get Syria involved in fighting Hezbollah?
Hold on. Go ahead.
Is the U.S. trying to get Syria involved in fighting Hezbollah, as the president has suggested?
Well, the Syrian authorities are not big fans of Hezbollah. But what we've encouraged Syria to do is to focus on its own internal challenges that it has in sort of building a nation state. They still face pretty substantial challenges and threats from within. I mean, ISIS remains a threat there. There are other areas of cooperation. As you know, we've removed them from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, which we hope will lead to the sort of economic revival that the country desperately needs. Syria is a country that has a history of different communities for many, many years living alongside one another in peace. Sunni, Shia, Christian. I mean, it's a country, the Kurds. But they have a huge project on their hands in that regard, and so we've encouraged them to focus on that. But we understand the threat that Hezbollah. I mean, Hezbollah is an enemy of this new government in Syria, and they, in many ways, will seek to undermine that government over time. And one of the best things Syria can do to secure its future is to secure their border with Lebanon, so that we don't have weapons and arms coming back and forth across that border, and in an effort to destabilize Syria. What were you asking?
You know, many national security advisors have put their stamp on the NSC bureaucracy, Scowcroft model, large models in the Obama administration. How do you want to be remembered for the stamp that you're putting on this? Are you streamlining things?
The NSC works for the president, and so the stamp we want to have is the stamp any NSC director should have. It's not my stamp. The NSC is there to serve the president, and each president will have different requirements for what they want the NSC's role to be. And so, to the extent I want a legacy with regards to the NSC, it is an NSC that was responsive to the needs of this particular administration and this president's style of leadership. He's very hands-on, he's very involved, and our job at the NSC is to coordinate the interagency to execute on the president's policies. And that's how I view the NSC. That's the way it should always be.
Does it still have its convening power, or has
sure,
it been
happens every day.
So much that other agencies are starting to...
I think the NSC was way too large to begin with. 400, 300 people. We don't need 300 people in the NSC to coordinate the interagency. That's
well, you don't even know the Tate Brothers red shirt I did.
At the State Department and at Treasury and at Energy and at the Department of War and in the intelligence agencies. And the job of the NSC
he knows how to speak to the press, that's for sure.
Executing on the president's foreign policy and developing options through the interagency. So the expertise should reside in the different agencies of government. And the NSC's job is simply to be the coordinator of that effort, to deliver on the president's intent, either to present the president options or to execute on the president's directive. That's what the NSC is doing, and I think quite successfully. You don't need a large bureaucracy to do that.
There are Americans in China that have been wrongfully detained, Chen Yolin and Min Zin. Did you raise those today?
Well, we always raise the case of Americans, and we do so outside of these meetings as well. And we do so through the embassy. We do it through multiple engagements.
Do you expect that China should release them ahead
we want them to.
Part of the meeting?
Well, we want them to. I won't precondition the meeting in September other than to say that we raise these issues every time, and we raise it not just, I mean, we raise it all the time. I mean, we raise it through the embassy, we raise it through every engagement we have. Those are always a priority, and we've had good news in the past and hope to have some good news in the future.
Secretary,
all right, guys.
Wrongfully detained. He mentioned Min Zin, but
who?
Min Zin, who was arrested right after the summit, right after Trump's.
The scientist?
No, not the scientist. He was a researcher.
Yeah, the research on geologists?
Not geologists. He was researching Myanmar, and he was arrested in Yunnan province. But has he been classified as wrongfully detained by the State Department?
I don't believe so yet. But again, we have a process we go through to make those determinations. That doesn't mean he won't be. That process has to work its way through.
What's the overall approach, Secretary, to Myanmar and to potentially re-engaging with the junta there or cooperating on issues like rare earths?
What's the
position or the approach of of the Trump administration towards Myanmar and re-engagement with the government?
Yeah, no, well, I don't have any announcement for you on that today. It's a policy that we're still developing in many ways. Obviously, there's some conditions that have been shifting with regards to Myanmar or Burma over the last few months that we're keeping an eye on and see if there's opportunities to engage. Obviously, we still have many concerns about some of the things that have happened in that country historically and in the past. And there also remains the question of how receptive and open they are to a different relationship with the United States as well. So these things are still being worked on, but I don't have any announcement on that today other than, you know, they were here and they were present today, and I'm glad they were here, and I said that in our forum. But it's not a place we have a long history of engagement in recent times. So if an opportunity presents itself to do something that serves our national interests, we'll explore it. But there's still some work to be done in that regard. Okay, guys. Thanks.
All right. Okay, guys. Jumping back into the news. This is from the Jerusalem Post. Back to Mamdani video, which is leading Netanyahu's biggest critic in Israel to defend him. Netanyahu rivals accuse NYC's Mamdani of pure anti-Semitism over call for arrest of Prime Minister. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani's call for the arrest of Israel Prime Minister prompted a rare show of unity across Israel's deeply divided political landscape. It drew condemnation from both Netanyahu's allies and many of his fiercest political critics. Among them was Gadi Eisenkot, one of Netanyahu's chief competitors to become Israel's next prime minister, who accused Mamdani of ignoring Hamas's October 7th massacre and called his remarks of pure anti-Semitism. Former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, another leading contender to replace Netanyahu, also blasted the mayor, saying his silence about Hamas's murders, kidnappings, and sexual violence was deafening. UN Ambassador Danny Danon joined the criticism, accusing Mamdani of promoting Hamas's narrative. I mean, this is true. This is very true. Like, he did not say anything about Hamas. Like, at least say both sides if you're going to call him a war criminal. The backlash has united Israelites who are otherwise sharply divided over Netanyahu's war into an all-out war mongering style. So basically what Mamdani did there is he fucked it all up. And speaking of, let's go to Mamdani. He had a speech earlier today. So we're going to go to Mamdani's speech now real quick. Most watched. So stick with us for 1 second, guys, and we'll jump over to the Mamdani speech. He speaks to reporters after making his, communist statements last night. 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Make sure you get that vote in for the poll of the day and hit subscribe, guys. We are in hour 3. Mamdani speech.
Chair, leaders in our administration, and I want to acknowledge our Deputy Mayor for Economic Justice, Julie Su, Council Member Virginia Maloney, Chair of the Committee on Economic Development, and a special thank you to Tony's wife, Maria, his son, Michael, and Lena's son, Sufyan. I'm proud to be here today to announce our appointee for President and CEO of the Economic Development Corporation. The EDC holds an enormously important role, not just bringing businesses for the 5 boroughs to the 5 boroughs, not just steering the economic direction of our city, but charting a vision of prosperity, an opportunity wide enough for all New Yorkers to recognize themselves within it. As City Hall takes on the affordability crisis gripping our city, as we work to reimagine economic models that give so much to so few and deny so many others the basics of a dignified life, we believe that economic development and economic justice must go hand in hand. This is no radical concept. If anything, it is unifying. New Yorkers struggling to make rent and Fortune 500 companies striving to attract the top talent in their headquarters in Midtown agree that if working people cannot afford to live in New York City itself will not succeed. In the words of economist Joseph Stiglitz, the only true and sustainable prosperity is shared prosperity. That belief has guided our search for the next president of the EDC. Through the process, I have had the immense privilege of speaking with many of our city's business leaders, many who shared our vision, others who raised thoughtful, productive challenges, all who love our city deeply. After conducting these interviews, I am thrilled to name Tony Shorris as our next president of the Economic Development Corporation. Many of you may already be familiar with Tony. He is a veteran of city government, a respected business leader, and a longtime educator. He has served in 3 mayoral administrations, with his first role as Deputy Budget Director under Mayor Ed Koch, and his most recent as First Deputy Mayor under Mayor Bill de Blasio. Time and again, he has proven himself unafraid to use the levers of city government to deliver real benefits for working New Yorkers. Under Mayor Koch, he oversaw the execution of the ambitious 10-year housing plan, creating more than 180,000 units of affordable housing across our city. As First Deputy Mayor, he led efforts to make the dream of universal pre-K a reality in our city. Then, like now, many said such ambition was unachievable. Today, universal pre-K and 3K is a fact of life for nearly 100,000 children across our city. Economic justice has long lived at the heart of his commitment to public service. He delivered a $15 minimum wage for 50,000 city workers. And an analysis conducted by the Independent Budget Office found that during Tony's tenure, the administration was able to reverse the trend of widening income disparity for the first time in decades. And as anyone who knows Tony will tell you, he does not just know how to make government work better. He genuinely loves this work. Who else would have a New York Times
I think he loves his salary.
Describes the bride and groom as quote-unquote city junkies. In fact, he and his wife
Are
Maria,
you doing it for
former
free?
chief speechwriter to
Is he
Mayor
doing it for
David
free?
Dinkins, said they
No, he's not doing
look
it for
forward
free.
to
Got
watching
it. Okay,
unedited
yeah.
mayoral press conferences
Over
on
$100,000
TV,
a year?
the way
right?
other
Yeah.
couples look forward to
Okay.
watching
Then
Seinfeld.
shut the fuck up.
To Tony, Maria, and their son Michael, I hope this in-person version lives up to what you watched on TV. Our suits fit a little better now, we hope, especially those of my press secretary, Joe Calvello, that is. I first met Tony at a diner for breakfast in the spring of 2025. What stood out to me, besides the way that his eyes lit up at terms like OTPS and baselining, was his enthusiasm for this new era in our city's politics. How more could be won for both businesses and for working New Yorkers. He holds a clear vision for how to leverage the unique position of the Economic Development Corporation to work with businesses that want to build and thrive in New York City. He speaks often of how we can pair economic growth with economic mobility. In his words, there are no fixed allies or adversaries in this work.
He turned down a pay raise?
Only potential partners.
Who offered him the pay
that
raise? He's
mindset
the
is
fucking
exactly
mayor.
what we need from our
What do you mean
EDC
he
president
turned down a
as
pay
we usher
raise?
in a new era in New York City. And I can think of no better civic
Shouldn't be
leader to
being paid
partner
more
with
than
Tony
anybody.
in
Should be
this work
paying
than our
zero.
second appointee of the
The
day,
fucking mayor.
former
Write a
FTC
book
Commissioner
after.
Lena Khan. I'm thrilled to announce that Lena will be joining the EDC as its newest
Especially if you're
board
going to be a
chair.
communist mayor. Apparently now some liberal
As commissioner of the
magazine is
FTC,
telling
Lena
people
Khan
he's
consistently delivered for
stopping
working
a
Americans,
pay raise
taking
for
aim at the
himself.
corporate monopolies that not only hurt working people at the checkout line, but make life harder for the small businesses that are the backbone of our economy. As co-chair of our administration's transition team, she helped City Hall find and appoint leaders committed to economic justice and helped to craft an agenda that put working New Yorkers at the heart of our first 100 days. And every day since,
New
by
York is
identifying
Islamic
common sense
communist.
reforms that quickly improve both consumers and workers' lives. And not only is Lena a brilliant leader and someone I am proud to call a friend, she knows what it means to be a working parent in this city, having recently delivered her second baby. As Tony shepherds the EDC into a new moment of economic innovation, including the implementation of 5 city-run grocery stores, 1 in each borough, I know he and Lena will accomplish a great deal together. Frankly, this feels like the economic wonks version of the 1992 Olympic basketball dream team. Brings me great pleasure to say that today's appointees not only share a vision
rejected a pay
for
raise
the future
again.
of this office, but a
Love the
commitment to
narrative.
it.
So everyone that's a liberal in the chat has read some sort of story about Mamdani from a liberal newspaper that's explaining that the mayor, the man in charge of people's salaries, declined a salary increase. I don't know who was offering him, the head of the city, a new raise. His assistant go up and go, "Oh yeah, we wanted to increase your pay," and he goes, "No, do not increase my pay." What the fuck? You're in charge of the government.
We are proud
You
to
cannot
have you on
praise him
board.
for not
Tony,
accepting a
you
pay
bring
raise.
that rare mix
How
of
about he does what
decades
Trump
of
does
experience
and
an
literally
open,
decline the
expansive
salary?
view of what the future could still yet hold.
Because
I
Trump
look
declined
forward to
salary
partnering
for
with
6
you
years
both
now,
every
running.
step of the way, so that we
Him
may
and
reach
JFK,
new heights
the only two that have
for
ever
every
done so.
business, every entrepreneur, and every New Yorker who calls this city home and wants to be a part of its enduring promise. Thank you.
Actual
And now,
no
with
salary,
that,
not
I'm
didn't
going to
raise
pass
his
it over
own
to our
salary.
new EDC president, Tony Shores.
All right, here comes the new fucking Ossoff.
Than that dream team basketball site. But okay.
Man is gonna fucking
thank
make
you,
money.
Mayor, thank you, Deputy Mayor Sue.
Bend the mic
yes,
down,
it's true.
bro.
No. What it is an honor, and by the way, a bit of a surprise to be standing up.
Blah blah blah.
Justice has been as first deputy.
These are just the people Mamdani gives money to. It's not necessarily
5 New Yorkers.
And off-topic questions.
So I'd like to provide an update on the Legionnaires' cases reported on the Upper East Side. We have identified 82 cases of Legionnaire's disease in association with this cluster. 5 New Yorkers have lost their lives in connection with the disease. I'm heartbroken by these losses and send my deepest condolences to their loved ones. Our city mourns alongside you.
Don't spam the chat,
56
Bobo.
New Yorkers have been discharged from the hospital after receiving treatment. 13 people contracted the disease but were never hospitalized.
Don't spam.
8
Don't
people
spam.
remain in the hospital at this time.
Say it
We
once.
wish them a swift recovery. To all concerned New Yorkers, I want to reiterate that Legionnaire's disease is not communicable from person to person. All New Yorkers can continue to drink water from the tap, to bathe, to shower, to cook, and to use air conditioners at home, no matter what zip code they call their own. Furthermore, we believe that we have now eliminated the source of the initial cluster. There has been no one with new symptoms reported in more than 10 days, and no new diagnoses in a week. I want to thank the quick and aggressive actions taken by our New York City Health Department. While in the past, the city began investigations after 3 confirmed cases in a tight time frame and geographic area, the department acted at the earliest indication of a potential cluster, launching our investigation on Thursday, July 2nd, at which point there were just 2 confirmed cases. We immediately mobilized to test all cooling towers in the investigation zone. When any tests came back positive, we ordered the respective building owners to fully clean and disinfect their cooling towers, and all have complied. This is the most aggressive remediation and enforcement strategy that our city has ever taken to eliminate the source of Legionella bacteria. And there is always more work to be done. Going forward, the New York City Health Department will continue to report test results and inspect cooling towers, enforce rigorous maintenance and oversight regulations, and hold non-compliant building owners accountable. I want to thank the New York City Health Department and our public health experts as they work around the clock to keep New Yorkers safe, healthy, and informed. For the latest information, please always visit nyc.gov/Legionnaires.
Thank you. First, we're going to start with on-topic questions, and we have our new
Okay,
chair
guys, I got to step
and
away for a
president
minute,
and
but I
deputy
just want to
mayor.
make sure that we get this all the way through. I just want to make sure that I have enough time here. Yeah, so he's definitely going to take about 20 minutes of questions here. I will be back in about 15, 20 minutes here. I got to go walk my dog and everything, but we will be back with this. And then we also have up, let's see what else we have here
about
today.
city-run grocery stores. Is that going to be a top priority? I know that's something that the mayor has already tasked the agency with.
So on the second one, yes.
We
for
have
sure,
post-speech comments by Trump to the press, and we also have Vivek Ramaswamy later tonight.
I've been true to
All right, guys, I will be back in a minute. Thank you all for
commitments
watching.
the mayors make to the people are some of the highest priorities of anything the government does. So given that that was front and center in the minds of 1 million people, I take that pretty seriously.
What the mayor has said about
Yes. I mean, we're still working. We only have 2, I think, so far, and I think we're working on the other 3 now. On the broader issue of partnership, as I Mayor mentioned, I don't believe there are permanent...
Sorry, yes. God damn it. Sound, Apple, devices.
Adversaries and permanent allies have been around too long for that. I do think there are those in the business community who support a lot of what this mayor is trying to do. And I don't mean just business leaders. I mean people working across the city who support a lot of it, and a lot of them voted for this mayor. So I think the breadth of support for the particular agenda is there. But I do think the support for the city's success is even broader, if not universal. So I think finding ways for us to sit down, laying out the agenda that we have, making very clear the values that this mayor and the people who supported him and all of us in this administration believe, and how those values intersect with the objectives that businesses have, which is to grow and employ people and be successful. Those are not, as Julie said multiple times, those are not in conflict. They can be in confluence, but it takes work and it takes understanding on both sides. And I think the foundation of that is mutual respect. And I certainly will respect some of the views that some of these leaders may have, even when they differ. And I expect they will respect the views of a mayor who represents so many New Yorkers.
Thank you.
I'll just say the business community in New York City is vast. It spans the independent pharmacist to the Fortune 500 company to the scrappy startup seeking investment to the bodega. And one thing I was so proud of my time at the FTC is making sure that all market participants and all businesses were really having an opportunity to engage with their government. And I'm excited for the same to be true at EDC.
Other on-topic questions? We'll go to Katie Honan.
I could have yelled too, but I have two questions.
How's it going, Katie?
Good, thanks. The first, I guess, is for you and for Tony. So earlier in the year, you boasted about canceling a contract DSS had with McKinsey as an example of you rooting out government waste. I don't know if, Tony, if you were working on this specific contract, and if you want to speak about how McKinsey's role, how McKinsey plays a role, and I know this economic justice. I know a lot of the stuff they do, Tony hasn't been a part of, but there's a litany of things that don't seem aligned with you. And my second question, it is on topic because he mentioned it. The Department of Health does not have enough water inspectors to inspect for Legionnaire's disease. They can inspect Legionella. That's to a number of factors. What have you done as a mayor to speed up the hiring? It could take months to hire people when the lines have been approved. I know hiring people to the city was a big part of your transition, but what have you actually done to speed that up? Not just the Department of Health, but to make it an easier process so there could be more water inspectors to actually inspect for this.
Absolutely. So I'll go with the first question, then I'll go to the second question. I think on the first, as you know, we have been focused on cost-saving measures across city government. And I think that it does save money when you take the top talent from McKinsey instead of having to employ them for a contract. But in all seriousness, what I see in Tony is a breadth of experience that, as you've heard from Deputy Mayor Sue, is experience that also looks at what the benefits are of insourcing and building public capacity at a time when outsourcing was all the vogue of how we could actually improve efficiency, and also a breadth of ambition. And sometimes the way it is caricatured is the more experience you have in city government, the less ambition you have for what city government could do. And one of the things that really stuck with me on that morning when we had breakfast at that diner was not only his willingness to speak to a candidate who at that point was still a ways to go in that primary, but also the real sense of possibility of what city government could still offer and what we could bring together as a new administration to connect with the ideals that make this city what it is. And to your second question, I'm also going to invite our commissioner to just come up and join me. Which contract?
The one that you canceled with DSS, because I know social service was in your portfolio.
Yes, I did spend some time on that contract early on. Most of my work at McKinsey is for government, nonprofit, and pro bono work. That was part of the government work that McKinsey did.
And to the question about hiring as a whole, one of the first things that we did when we came into City Hall was looking at what the obstacles were in hiring. And one of them was a directive given to OMB of 2-for-1, in making it impossible for agencies to actually hire unless they had a specific number of vacancies that were being created at the same agency. And while we were still pursuing and continue to pursue savings, we also wanted to take away the unnecessary roadblocks in how those hires could actually happen. That work both continues, though we have already implemented that, but looking to speed this up. And when it comes specifically to the ecologist that you were speaking of, we have also seen a number of those hires over the course of these last few months. I'll pass it over to our health commissioner.
Hi, Katie. So first of all, let me just say a few words about our team. I'm proud of our team. They've run an incredible investigation and have been nonstop from the first moment we found out about this. With regard to the new hires that came in, the majority of those folks are either onboarded or matriculating in. In fact, on the first weekend that this happened, where we identified these first two cases, I myself was out there in the Upper East Side with some of those new hires. And so for the remaining positions, we're eager to hire and onboard those folks and have them hit the streets with the rest of our really incredible staff. So thank you.
Thank you. And we're just going to exhaust our questions about EDC before moving to Legionnaires and off-topic questions. So any other questions on EDC in today's announcement? We'll go here, Max from Helgane, if you could just speak up.
How's it going, Max?
For the mayor,
is that official or bootleg?
This is official.
Okay.
I'm still not over it. So.
No, good.
Yeah.
For the mayor, Tony, for Alina, this administration, as you mentioned, was elected with a mandate to steer city initiatives towards working people. But the EDC in the past has been, at times, used as a somewhat unaccountable sinecure for the real estate class and developers. They built Casa Cipriani, which many of us have not had the pleasure to go to. They built the infrastructure for a stadium owned by literal monarchs. Can you give examples, maybe beyond the grocery store pilot, of how you're going to direct this agency, or development corporation, towards working people in New York City to make it more affordable, especially if it's currently geared in kind of a different direction right now, given the track record?
I think there was a moment during the course of the campaign where the EDC was described to me as the Swiss Army knife of city government. It is one of the most nimble and agile departments that the city has, and much of its agenda is a reflection of the administration's agenda at large. Yes, the EDC has been those things, and the EDC is also where we have the New York City ferry system. And it speaks to, even before I go further into this question, I do also just want to acknowledge that those that we have at the EDC today, Jeannie Pack as well, I really want to acknowledge their incredible work over these past 6 months. It is thanks to them that Tony is stepping into a role not having to build all of this from the ground up. In fact, what he is inheriting is an intensive amount of preparation towards city-run grocery stores that showcases what is possible when the capacity of a corporation like EDC is matched with a vision that is measuring its success by whether it is reaching to address the problems of working New Yorkers. So I think that there are a wide variety of examples, and in what I see in Tony and what I see in Lena are two excellent public servants who understand both the ambition that has often characterized EDC and what a new era for EDC could look like.
Thanks, Max. Yes, Katie.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Wanted to ask you about the length of time it's taken to find somebody to fill the president CEO role. How much of the change in the approach to this job factored into finding someone? Do you find candidates were resistant to the idea of equal focus on economic development and economic justice? And also, were you down? I heard that you were down to 2 candidates right to the end. Is that the case? And who was it?
What I will say is that we have long considered this to be a critical position in our administration. And we wanted to make sure that the way that we treated this process was also with the seriousness and the depth that this position requires, both in the fluency that it demands of someone and the imagination required to go beyond what historical precedent has seen when it comes to what this agency does. And we're talking about interviews that we've had over many months with incredible candidates, and what I can say is that Tony has long stood out to me as someone who both characterizes what is possible in city government and also the fluency required to get things done by having worked in a wide variety of positions both inside and outside of city government.
To find somebody that would approach the job in the way you were looking at?
I think that we actually had far more people than we had the time to interview in terms of a willingness to approach this job in the manner that we'd hoped for. However, we always wanted to ensure that we were fully confident in who we were picking, and that's where we found ourselves with Tony. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Morgan?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for you about Legionnaires, which I'm going to actually first ask Tony a quick question. But
we'll do Legionnaires off topic, yeah.
Tony, I was just wondering if you support raising taxes on businesses, and if that's something you're going to go in Albany forward to state lawmakers, if that's something you're going to push. And then separately, I also was wondering if you support raising the minimum wage and what your thoughts are on that as well.
So I have long been a strong supporter of raising the minimum wage. We fought pretty hard for it the last time I was in this building. And that's part of the reason we achieved a $15 minimum wage, which at the time was a great step forward. And it was part of the reason we moved 800,000 people out of poverty and near poverty. It was one of the biggest reasons, along with pre-K, along with the rent freeze. I think there's opportunity to do more of that. Policy on those issues is made in this building, not in that building. So obviously be deferring to the crowd behind me on that. But as a personal matter, I do strongly believe that raising the minimum wage can be a very important tool. It was one of the elements of the mayor's platform. So how, when, under what circumstances, at what pace, all TBD, and obviously it's not the city's choice, it's the state's choice. So obviously I'm going to leave that to others. But if you ask me in general, do I believe the minimum wage in America is too low and in New York is too low? Yes.
You're going to lobby for in Albany, though, to state lawmakers during...
It's not really EDC's job to do that. We're not lobbyists for individual wage tax or wage actions. It's not really our focus. Will we work with the business community and help them work their way through and understand our positions and be supportive of it? Hopefully, sure. That's part of my goal. But we're not really the Albany office. City Hall has very strong capacity to deal with that. They don't need my voice. But if they call on it, I'll be there.
And only
Thank you. Yes, and we're just going to get to that in 1 minute. Any other questions about EDC? All right, go ahead, Chris.
For Tony, and maybe believe I too. I'm going to circle back to ask this question. The mayor agreed with the premise on asking this question that EDC has operated as a concierge service for wealthy California residents. Can you make that assessment historically of the EDC, and I have a question for the mayor?
So let me just first state this very clearly. What I agreed with was the citation of what the EDC has in the past helped to develop across our city, and the fact that what we are looking to develop goes beyond those examples and in fact typifies a new kind of approach. But I'll pass it over to Tony and Lena.
I mean, look, this agency has a long history, 35 years, since Carl Weisbrod started a long time ago. There are projects in that history that I think today we wouldn't do or would do differently, and every mayor chooses a different way to implement their agenda. That's what the Swiss Army knife is for. Policies made in this building. I felt that when I used to work in this building, and I'll feel that now. So the direction, the vision, is going to be a mayor's vision, and my guess is that may change some of the direction of EDC. Pretty certain that's true. Exactly how and with which projects, TBD. But I don't think there's any question. There's also been some wonderful things that EDC has done that I think there should be a lot of pride. And there's a lot of people working in New York because of things EDC has done. So it's a mixed portfolio. And frankly, every administration comes to build on the work of the administrations before it. And this one will too. So I'm pretty confident we'll have our own direction, following a vision laid out and supported by many, many New Yorkers.
Thank you.
For the mayor, I want to ask you about how you ultimately came to your decision you did on the question of investing.
I'm sorry, we're not moving to topic yet. Do we have any other EDC-related questions? Yes, right here in the back.
Hey, how's it going?
Question, if you go for you or for the new president, about the affordable housing insurance program. It's something that the EDC is going to oversee in conjunction with HPD and HBC. The RFP or RFEI is already out there. What are you looking for in that program, and what kind of goals are you looking to achieve in terms of providing affordable housing providers with much cheaper alternative when it comes to insurance?
We are incredibly excited by this program. It's a program where we are putting $100 million over a few years to address what has been described to us by affordable housing stewards as one of the most difficult rising costs that they have to deal with at this time, which is that of insurance. I've heard from a number of landlords of affordable housing that this is something that is rising by more than 100% in their own estimates. And what we've seen, I think in the example, though Layla might correct me, I think it's Milford Street Captive, is an example of what it can look like when you are pooling risk and actually able to provide insurance at a cost that not only reflects what that risk is, but also is one that allows these landlords to continue to do business. So I would say the prevailing directive with this entire process is how to deliver lower cost insurance for landlords who are currently being priced out of the market because of the manner in which the cost of living crisis is hitting them.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our new chair, new president, and deputy mayor. And now we'll take some off-topic questions, and we have the commissioner here to answer questions on Legionnaires as well. We'll go to Melissa, and then we'll get to your off-topic, Chris.
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Hey, how's it going?
I have two questions.
Okay.
One is about Mr. Netanyahu.
was about Councilmember Zohran's criticism of regarding your latest announcement, your video on the arrest of
Would you mind if I give you the mic? Thank you.
Some Jewish groups have noted that in your video, you didn't include a reference to October 7th or Hamas leaders who carried out that attack. And it's not easy always to pin you down on this subject, forgive me, but because there aren't many perfect analogies to draw. For instance, not all world leaders or alleged war criminals have ICC warrants, or they're not planning to come to the UN General Assembly, or perhaps they're dead. So my question is that, would you, if circumstances were different, would you have vowed to arrest the leaders of Hamas who perpetrated the October 7th attack if they were visiting New York? And if so, why not include something about that to show New Yorkers that, you know, you're presenting a more balanced approach? Why not include that in your video?
Didn't the ICC put forward a warrant for Yahya Sinwar?
I mean, I know he's dead. Yeah.
Yes, but my point is that they did, and in the video I made very clear, as I have before, that my interest in executing that warrant is not specific to Benjamin Netanyahu, but to anyone who they put a warrant towards for war crimes and crimes against humanity. And part of that is a reflection of a universal politics. And it is from a universal politics that I can look in October 7th and describe it for what it is, which is a horrific war crime. And I can also look at Benjamin Netanyahu and see the way that he has orchestrated this genocide and also deem him to similarly be a war criminal. And I think especially at a time when there are those in Washington who are discussing measures to take apart the International Criminal Court, what so many are looking for is a sense that there is in fact a rule of law across the world where there are crimes that are so grave that they offend all of humanity. And I believe that we should hold those who perpetrate them accountable, no matter who they are or where they're from. And when it comes to the ICC, they've put forward warrants, whether it's Yahya Sinwar, Benjamin Netanyahu, I think a few other members of the Israeli government. I believe that all of them should be honored.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And what is your response to the criticisms that were raised by Council Speaker Julie Menin on the Legionnaires situation? And specifically, given the fact that so many cooling towers turned out to have had live Legionella bacteria in them, maybe more than we expected, came back positive for live Legionella. With the benefit now of hindsight, does that suggest in any way that blanket disinfecting might have made sense in retrospect?
So I'm frankly less interested in the politics of it all, more in the public health of it. And what I will say is that previous administration procedure had been that we would wait for the results of culture, and that would mean 2 weeks. We made the decision to do both culture tests and PCR tests. So that meant that we could actually test immediately, disinfect any of the cooling towers that came back, and then additionally wait for the culture results. As you've mentioned, there are 4 additional culture results that came back positive beyond the PCRs. And the other point here is that we know that Legionnaires is something that has affected our city over many, many years. And we are both trying to stop this cluster in the moment and ensure that we are not weakening our ability to stop it in the future. And when I sat with public health experts, what I was told time and again is that if we were to do a blanket disinfectant of every single cooling tower across the Upper East Side, that would weaken those cooling towers' ability to protect against Legionnaires in the years to come. And so we want to make sure that everything we're doing gives people both the safety and the public health they deserve and the confidence that this isn't going to be something that returns. I'm going to pass it over to our commissioner to add some details.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So we'll talk about Speaker Menin and the investigation, but first let's talk about the people. 5 New Yorkers have lost their lives because of this disease, and our hearts are with their families and their loved ones. Every single one of those deaths, for us, underscores the importance of identifying the source and eliminating the source that caused this investigation in the first place. So now turning to the investigation, the good news is we are in a very reassuring position. We feel confident that we've eliminated that source. You know, when we look at the data demonstrates that the last new diagnosis of Legionnaire's disease was on July 15th, so about a week ago, as you heard the mayor say. And then in terms of the last person to develop symptoms, they did so over a week ago, over 10 days ago. And so we feel fairly confident. When you also add in the emergency room data, we're not seeing any concerning spikes or signals. Our focus has been and continues to be on accountability, identifying the cooling tower owner or owners that's at the source of this and holding them accountable to the full extent of the law. Now, turning to Speaker Menon's point, here's what would happen if we blanket disinfected.
We're back.
Number one, as you've heard from...
So we can skip around now a little bit, make sure that it's when it's not him.
Of
I hate when
how
he does
common
that.
it is.
Stop. Bro. I don't... Stop there.
When we looked at the data first, has
that are here on the stage taking years is living the public. I also want to acknowledge the deputy mayor who's here, who's been overseeing a lot of this work. We will not rest until each and every New Yorker is living the public health that they deserve. And that means not only continuing to address this cluster, but doing the work after this point to ensure that what has become an annual event in New York City is one that we are developing far enhanced processes for. Because what we've found over the course of this process itself is that there are so many more procedures that the city had been taking years prior that in fact could be expedited. And I want to credit our health department and the leaders that are here on the stage for having taken that decision time and again. And we also know that while we are able to stand here and tell New Yorkers of the fact that no new symptoms have been developed for anyone in the last 10 days, that we are confident we have found the source, we know that there are still New Yorkers who are in hospital as a result of this cluster. And so we will continue to do this work and also continue to monitor this outbreak. Thank you.
Thank you. I know, Chris, you had an off-topic.
Yeah, thank you. Just one point of clarity on the fines for building owners. Have there been any Legionella-related fines since the new council laws went into effect in May, or were you talking about fines prior?
So the 2025 cooling tower fines and violations totaled over 600,000 in terms of all of the cooling tower operators that were not
that I believe that the warrant that the International Criminal Court has placed upon Benjamin Netanyahu is one that should be honored. And I've also been clear about the fact that I would follow and respect our local laws. And so I asked my team to do a review of all applicable law, and it's clear that the city does not have the authority to execute this warrant. However, what is also clear is that the federal government does have the authority to execute this warrant. And I call on the federal government to join the International Criminal Court and to execute both this warrant as well as any warrant that the International Criminal Court holds.
Thank you. Out of respect for your colleagues, let's try to keep it to one off-topic question. We're going to go to Jeff Mays.
Hey, Mayor, how you doing?
Hey, Jeff, how's it going?
I actually have two questions. Sorry. In terms of the Netanyahu decision last night, why did you decide to address the public in that way? Because that's usually reserved for much more sort of serious situations. And in relation to Netanyahu as well, when exactly did your administration tell you that this was not possible? Because when you floated this idea last year, legal experts all came out and said this is not a possible thing that the city can do.
Yeah, exactly. So why be political?
That was just one? I heard a few in there. Let me go through this, and then we'll go to your second one. Jeff, you said that usually that kind of address is reserved for a more serious topic. Yesterday, I was on Staten Island for a meeting with faith leaders, and a young man from Gaza attended that meeting as part of an organization that houses refugees on Staten Island. He did not have one of his arms. He was one of the many children that have been maimed by this genocide. I think that is quite serious. I think there are tens of thousands, I do not think, I know, there are tens of thousands of children who have been maimed, who have been forced to undergo anesthesia, forced to undergo operation without anesthesia. And when we speak about the more than 70,000 Palestinians that have been killed, we know that likely that number is even higher. And yet we do not even know what it reaches. And also we know that it is not a faraway issue. I have met Palestinian New Yorkers who have told me how they've spent decades in this city, building their lives, saving money to send it back home, to build a home in the village they grew up in, only to see it obliterated in an instant with an Israeli airstrike. And then that same older New Yorker tells me of how his son called him and begged him to send him money for food, that his grandchild was starving, and that he couldn't do anything about it. And so I say that this is something that has not only offended the conscience, the morals, the mere humanity of so many New Yorkers, but it has also ripped apart the lives of many who've been personally affected by it as well. And I view that as a very serious issue. And I think that it is incredibly important that we ensure that we have done all of our due diligence when conducting a review. And so I wanted to ensure that no matter what we heard from anyone on the topic, that I actually asked my team to do that. I'm appreciative of their work.
Specifically tell you this was not possible?
That's a review that I asked them to do. They made it clear that this is not possible through applicable law. And
all right, guys, that's our poll of the day right now. We are going to go into hour 4. We are going to go right back to Mamdani in like 3 seconds here, but I just got to readjust this poll for us. Right now, J.D. Vance still sitting in the lead, but we're going to hour 4. Hour 4 third-party candidate is quite interesting. Who will be president in 2028? Mark Kelly got 13 or 12% there. We have 839 days until election. And we got Mr. J.D. Vance sitting pretty with 55 wins. We got Mr. Gavin Newsom, and he's got 19 wins. And then our third party this hour in this fourth hour, somebody we still haven't ever gotten yet, Mr. Bernie Sanders. How will Bernie Sanders pull it off in this hour? Get your vote in now. Back to Mamdani.
And that is something that I now believe it is clear that the federal government has the authority to do and that they can execute.
And you had a second question, Jeff?
That's a review that I made clear that I wanted to see, and then we've had that conversation.
Like yesterday?
I've answered the question. Thank you.
EDC, appointing someone from McKinsey and someone like Lena Khan, her background, seems like a bit of an odd couple. I'm wondering, where do you see their views on economic justice actually lining up? And I'm wondering if you're concerned that, the agency could be in for a bit of a bumpy ride if these two can't sort of meld their worldviews.
Well, I think what you'll actually find is that both Lena and Tony, their worldviews are aligned in looking to uplift working New Yorkers across the city and in understanding that we must also measure the economic strength of this city by whether it is able to lift up those who are currently being priced out of this city. And what I've seen, even now in the incredible work of the civil servants we have at EDC, is that there are so many who are currently there who are dedicated to this new vision. And I'm confident that in both of their appointments, what we're going to see is not only shared alignment, but also the execution of a vision that will have real tangible results for New Yorkers.
All right.
Implying that Palestinian conflict was not serious, so I just,
No, when you said not a serious topic, I just wanted to address that directly.
Thank you, Jeff. Marcia, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to approach the Netanyahu issue from a different direction.
Please.
I wonder what you would say to your Palestinian supporters and others who voted for you because of your vow to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu and are disappointed with the fact that you can't do it. Some of them have taken to social media saying, arrest him anyway because ICE doesn't ask for permission, that you should just do it. And also, the second part of the
just do it anyway.
What do you think that these people who are frustrated with Netanyahu should do when he arrives in New York City for the United Nations meeting?
I think one of the bedrocks of our city is protest. It is something that has been a part of what makes our city so special, that New Yorkers can express themselves whether they are in support or in opposition, no matter on whatever topic. And I've always said that when we respect our Constitution, we also respect our First Amendment. And here in New York City, it'll always be a place where you can exercise that. And when it comes to the first question, I have made clear both that I believe that this is an arrest warrant that should be executed, and also that I would follow the laws that we had, and I would be respectful of those laws. And that is why I asked my administration to do a review of all applicable law. And I believe, however, in that same finding, that the United States government does have the ability to both joining the International Criminal Court and executing that warrant. And that is something that I want to see happen.
I just want to follow up. I want two questions, really. Can you tap into the disappointment that people in the Palestinian community feel that you're not going to be able to arrest them? And are you urging them to protest?
Are you urging them to protest? No, I just want all the glory.
Frustration or opposition. Protest
is
something
let everybody know why I lied to them.
I leave it to New Yorkers themselves to make that decision. And when it comes to Palestinian New Yorkers who are disappointed, I understand it. Because we are talking about someone who has been charged with crimes against humanity, someone who has visited this city on many an occasion and who has been welcomed by previous mayors. And I want to make it very clear that that welcome ends with me. I will not be
Okay, but again, what do you mean you will not be welcoming him? Because you said that you will obey all the laws. And the laws say you can't arrest him, so...
welcoming Benjamin Netanyahu or any other war criminals.
What does that mean?
When they come
what
to
does
this
that
city.
Look like?
And I do believe that our federal government should join the International Criminal Court and ensure that there is accountability when it comes to crimes against humanity.
We
Thank you, Marsha. All right, got time for a few more. We're going to go to Kelly and then Jacob.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Again, I wanted to stay on the same topic about Netanyahu. The United States doesn't recognize ICC warrants, so I'm wondering how much of this due diligence was always meant to be field. Do you feel like this for you was, for some people would say, political theater? And then I want to go back to the idea of Legionella and what the speaker said in her op-ed in the New York Post. Do you feel like some of the points she made were valid, or do you feel like she's taking aim and using this particular issue for her political advantage?
I'll leave it to New Yorkers to make that determination. What I'll say is that my focus is on the public health of it all. And every conversation that I've had with our commissioner, with our deputy mayor, has always been, how can we deliver for New Yorkers right now, those who are living in the Upper East Side, those who are fearful of contracting Legionnaires, as well as those who have contracted Legionnaires. And what we've done time and time again is follow public health experts and their advice. And that is something that we will continue to do because we've seen what it looks like when public health is politicized across the country. We want this to be a city where it's clear that the guidance, the actions, the information that we share with New Yorkers, it's done without any political incentive in mind, but rather with a public health incentive in mind.
Thank you. Jacob?
My first question.
Your first question, to that, I always want to make sure as the mayor that regardless of what others may opine, that we do a thorough review internally before coming to a decision.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Kelly, that was 2 questions. Let's go to Jacob.
The other people got 3 questions. You actually got
other people got 3 questions. This is insane. This is New York City, guys. But other people got 3 questions.
What do you think? Shouldn't he have played? Yeah.
Wow.
A twofold question.
Please.
How do you respond to the critics that say that you're trying to create a one-sided narrative of the conflict, that many Jewish New Yorkers reject about October 7th, the Gaza war, and using the mayor's office to do that? And second, do you also consider October 7th by Hamas genocide?
I consider October 7th to be a horrific war crime. I've considered it to be something that should be deeply opposed with every single fiber of our being. And
yo, thank you for the super chat.
The
Lunatic Libertarian, appreciate the super chat. Big super chat for us. $5. Appreciate you. House passes NDAA spending bill without removing military and intelligence mergers of U.S. Israel. We are cooked because the Senate will pass it. We're done. Oh, don't worry. Right after we're done with Mamdani here in about 5 minutes, we're going to go right to Mr. Mike Johnson, and he's going to let us know, commie, the communists are coming, and then he's going to go on vacation because it's his speech before they go on summer recess. They're going to go on vacation again, guys. They're going to go on vacation again.
Israel and Palestine.
Wow.
The
Thank
world
you again
beyond
for that super chat.
is
Woo!
A belief
Let's
in
keep
the
it
universality
going.
of humanity.
Solid day so far.
And what universality means is that we cannot pick and choose which crimes against humanity we oppose. We must be in opposition to all of them. And I think that, to the earlier question of which ICC warrant would you honor, it has to be all of them. And I think that the other point to be made clear here is that I'm the mayor of every New Yorker. And that means that I am the mayor of those who agree with me and those who disagree with me and those who frankly don't even know what I think on any issue. And my responsibility is to deliver for all of them. And frankly, I know that there are Jewish New Yorkers who agree with my analysis. There are those who disagree with my analysis. And my responsibility to them is to ensure that they are cherished, they are celebrated, and they are safe in their city. And that never are they made to feel as if their opinions on any one issue is the precondition for that safety.
Thank you. Okay, I've got time for just two more.
We are less than 20 likes, just 20 likes away from 100 if you haven't hit that double tap. Double tap that screen, hit that like button, hit subscribe. We are live with the news every day. No news.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on Melissa's question about why Netanyahu specifically is often targeted in some of your comments. For example, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, he was arrested for a warrant that was here in the U.S., and you were very against that. So I guess how do you place more emphasis on the warrants that were issued by the International Criminal Court than here in the U.S.? How do you reconcile those two?
I would say that the International Criminal Court is a body that seeks to hold those across the world accountable for crimes against humanity, for war crimes, for things of that nature. And I think that the United States should not only be a party to that court, but should also execute the warrants that that court issues. And what I have spoken up about,
even though Rubio and Trump have declared that court not active, not in our favor, and actually going against U.S. citizens 2 weeks ago. So you're not trying to cause chaos or be a politician at all. You're just saying we should just obey the international court, the thing that our government said was against our citizens 2 weeks ago.
Also described appropriately as a dictator is
39 extraditions of U.S. citizens to the international court, guys. Never once have they been able to prosecute one of us because we're U.S. citizens and we go with U.S. courtrooms, not your fucking weird, crazy thing in South Africa. All right?
Law is one that has to also be taken
international law.
Very
There's no such goddamn thing.
International Criminal Court, and now he
That's
is here
so crazy.
In New York City.
No such thing. It's the
on that
wokest
day
courtroom.
when the United States did violate international law, I made clear that I was in opposition to that, and it all stems from the same belief in how can there be a sanctity in something beyond an understanding of the world where might is right and justice is simply decided by those who are the strongest.
Thank you. Heather, I'm sorry, Morgan, we do have to move on. Heather, go ahead, and then we're going to do just one more from NJ. I'm sorry, Morgan, we just got to move on because we're running short on time. Heather, go ahead, and then we'll end with NJ.
Okay. Really quick, back to Legionnaires. On the NYC Gov website, it says there's a 6-month delay in posting inspection results to the public. Is there any way that 6-month lag could be updated so people can see when their buildings are being inspected on a faster timeline? And secondly, during the speaker's press conference yesterday, she called for there to be a dedicated hotline during peak Legionella season just to notify the public and inform them of, can they walk past this building outside? Is it safe to do so? Do they need to be wearing masks, etc.? Is that something that the health department would consider doing, especially in the summer months when we're seeing it more rampant?
I think we will consider any proposal that we believe to be helpful to both public health and awareness of public health. What I will say is that we've also had a health department that has had a number of town halls, press availabilities, presence physically on the streets as well. I recall, in fact, speaking to the health commissioner over the holiday weekend, which is when this began, and asking that we do everything that we can. And this was his vision, to ensure that we were physically present at that time, to be there. And also, as you said, to the website, as well as in any of these press availabilities. But we will always consider anything that can do, that can further that guidance. And I'll just pass it over to the commissioner on the first question.
Thank you for the question. So transparency is a way that we can...
To Dr. Martin, a point of clarity on Legionella. Initially...
Positive. Limits cooling towers that have what we typically heard us say.
That's what it. That's the end. All right, he walked out. All right, okay, let's go over to Mr. Mike Johnson right now. Mike Johnson had a whole let's go on vacation speech or something. Like, he's basically like, I don't really do anything here, but we're going on vacation. And then we'll see Mr. Schumi, and Mr. Schumi went on vacation as well. So don't you worry. We'll get both sides of it. But first up, Mike Pence on vacation. All right. So, commie. The commies are coming. Don't worry, guys. Here he comes. Don't worry. Red Scare Part 2. Here we go. Oh, only 3 minutes. Well, he's got a vacation to get to. I mean, we couldn't expect much from him right before he leaves for vacation.
This was obviously a consequential week for House Republicans, but it was a very consequential week for the American people. And we've delivered once again. Americans demand a few things that are common sense. They demand secure elections. They want a strong national defense capable of countering our adversaries. They want a Congress that plays by the same rules that they do. These are not big things to ask. House Republicans delivered on all those promises and those priorities this week and then some. By way of reminder, this is what we did this week. The House Republicans passed the Clean CR to keep the government funded responsibly, the Stop Insider Trading Act that bans lawmakers from trading and buying individual stocks and from abusing their office for financial gain, the NDAA to provide a much-needed pay raise for our troops and to rebuild the arsenal of freedom, and the budget resolution that unlocks our third reconciliation bill, which of course is Republicans' best shot to get as much of the Save America Act into law as possible, in addition to funding our national defense and our farmers. Republicans support our troops, our farmers, and election security. We're the only team in Washington that does. Many of you doubted our success. Many of you standing around me in the Skaggle right now said, let me read you a sample of the headlines. Quote, House Republicans face final week gauntlet. Another said, Johnson's rocky sprint to recess. Another said it was Johnson's make-or-break week. Despite nearly every Democrat voting against everything I just read you, House Republicans delivered. Now, many of you like to say that major legislating can't happen in an election year. We just proved you wrong. This week we continue to deliver for the people, and we're going to continue that streak all the way through the end of this year and into the next Congress. We're increasingly confident that we will hold and grow this majority in the House. We must, because you're seeing a demonstration of the two sides, the divergent views for America. We had been saying that this was an election that was shaping up as a contest between common sense and crazy. And now it is literally, in many sectors around the country, common sense versus communism. We have
there we go, the communism.
Tomorrow, House Republicans will return to their districts armed with a proven track record of success and in these new legislative victories. Democrats, on the other hand, have to go home. They have to answer for quite a bit. They have to answer for why they voted against funding our troops, against funding the government, against common sense policies like voter ID and proof of citizenship, and against a popular ban on members of Congress purchasing individual stocks. We have 3.5 months to go until this election. We are going to run through the tape. We're going to continue to demonstrate here every day as we did this week. The Republicans are on the side of the American people, on the side of common sense, on the side of America. The Democrats simply are not. That's the sad reality of where we are, and everybody gets to make a choice in the upcoming election. We're very much looking forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, so he didn't even take any questions. He's going on vacation. He don't got time for fucking questions. He don't got time for questions. All right, let's go to President Trump right after he got done with the Bob stuff. He got to the question.
Some of you are going with us to honor our heroes, and they are indeed great heroes, actually.
Just 10 likes away. Hit that double tap.
All of them said very strongly, we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. So we're going to honor them. And one of the hardest things to do, for me, it's one of the hardest things to do as a president, but has to be done.
As we go to honor these soldiers, can you give an update on the investigation as to how they were killed in Jordan?
No, they're doing that. That'll be released. You know what?
It was Iran targeting barracks.
I don't know. Well, they're going to pay a big price. They're getting They're being decimated.
Is that report inaccurate,
Yeah, please.
sir?
Sir, let's just say families of these fallen soldiers, when Americans are wrongly against this war, how do you ask them?
Well, Americans aren't against the war. A poll just came out. Americans don't want high gasoline prices, but they're not against the war. That just came out loud and clear in a poll. Nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. You want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? You think it's good? Go ahead. All I'm going to say is we love you, we love your child, and that's what
use
they are to them. They're their
tactics
children.
of force needed to
There's
destroy the
no
enemy.
games, no nothing. That's their child. And all you can do is throw out your heart. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So what's the point in negotiating with them anymore?
All right, so let's jump on that. Let's see what else we got now. Let's scroll up. Let's refresh. What else we got for the day? We got. I know that there was some other stuff going on. Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Oh, we got Vivek Ramaswamy. We're gonna put him up here in a minute here. But I thought I saw Mr. Schumi somewhere. Where's Mr. Schumi at? Chuck Schumer, where are you? Chuck Schumer, where are you? I could have swore you were on here. Where are you, Chuck Schumer? I could have swore I saw you, Mr. Schumer. Is it this one? No, that's Tim Moore. It's Ramaswamy. Okay, let's go to Ramaswamy. All right, we'll go to Ramaswamy. What's just going on here?
3 days. Thank you, sir. Ryan coming up. From 1,800 to the nation. This is really what it's all about. And I'll kick this off by sharing with you why I'm in this on a deeply personal level. I'm in this because I am grateful to this state and to this country for giving a guy like me opportunities that would not have been available in any other country on planet Earth, actually. It's what makes America the greatest country in human history. I grew up in Cincinnati, Ohio, as the kid of Indian immigrants who came from southwest India to southwest Ohio half a century ago with nothing to their name. Went to public schools through 8th grade, then went to St. X in Cincinnati for high school. Eventually became an entrepreneur, founded successful companies, and now with your help, God willing, in a position to lead the very state where I was born and raised. That story is only...
Hold on. We might go back to him in a minute, but I swear to God, I could have swore that there was a Democratic Senate press conference. Democratic leadership, right here. Yeah, they're hiding it from me. Here we go. We got it now, guys. Don't worry. No more Vivek for a minute. We got Mr. Schumi. We only get 11 minutes of Schumi, though.
Okay.
Let me get some water. Only 11 minutes of
Everybody,
Schumi.
and thank you for joining us. Yes. We all know that Donald Trump wants to steal Americans' elections, plain and simple. And Democrats won't let it happen. We are looking at every very way to prevent him from stealing the elections. He's desperate. He's made life harder, more difficult for Americans. He wants to change. He wants to steal the election because he knows he can't win the election. Our job is to stop. And so we are doing many things. This month we're talking about Trump's corruption. But one of the things we are doing is a tabletop exercise where some of the experts on election reform will challenge us with certain scenarios that Trump might use. We're looking at things he would do to undo elections before Election Day, on Election Day.
Why don't you just pass the Save America Act and call it a day,
tabletop
big guy?
exercise 3-4 weeks ago, and it greatly strengthened our knowledge and ability to anticipate what he might do and how to thwart him. That's what we're doing here today. And whatever he does, we'll be ready to respond. These are my colleagues who are participating in this election, and Senator Merkley is next.
Trump's swamp of corruption is a mile deep and it's MAGA wide, but there's no place that it's more dangerous than in his effort to corrupt the coming election. And it's not a hypothetical because it's already underway. He has already proceeded to engage states in mid-decade redistricting, gerrymandering to corrupt the
Who is Bob? Because whoever Bob is in the chat, you making the chat go wild. I just keep seeing so many people being like, Bob, knock it off. Bob, stop it.
House of Representatives. He's already issued executive orders.
The world's fighting Bob.
To purge citizens off of the registration list, the citizens he doesn't want to vote, and to disrupt vote by mail. So here we are, recognizing that under our Constitution, which we actually, in Declaration of Independence, laid this out very well, it said the authority of our government comes from the consent of the governed. But you lose that moral authority if the elections are corrupted, as Trump is doing. So we are determined, as individuals who've taken the oath of the Constitution, to defend the integrity of the November election, and that's why we are engaging in this discussion, to alert and ring the alarm bells for America, but also to plan in order to counter the tactics that Trump's employing and planning to employ.
Senator Kim.
Now more than ever, when I go back home to New Jersey and ask people what's on their minds, of course, top of the list, affordability, about the problems that they see with regards to the war and the rising gas prices. But what they also raise is concerns about the future of our democracy, because we have a president that has been unhinged, focused more about this obsession of his about the 2020 election rather than what's right for helping the American people. We all were here, all of us were here on January 6th. We know how far.
Oh, just hit 100 likes. Just hit 100 likes, y'all. Thank you so much.
The president would go.
Hit that subscribe button too while you're at it.
Lies to the American people, and that's why it's so important that we stand here today as saying, yes, we are focused on this too. I hope it doesn't get to some of the scenarios that we are thinking through, but we have to plan for that given how much the president has been obsessed about this in such a scary way. So I want to be able to stand here alongside my colleagues and tell to the American people we are working diligently and hard to be prepared for any scenario that the president puts forward in terms of trying to take away the voice of the people. And that's what this is really about, is ensuring the voice of the people, that the citizens are in control of the democracy and that doesn't get hijacked.
Senator Diego.
Thank you. Well, for those of us that have been in the military or other types of law enforcement or emergency response, you do these tabletop exercises to prepare for the worst. And unfortunately, that's what we're doing right now. For those of us that were here on January 6th, a lot of us had a sense that the worst was about to come. What we've seen this year since the president has gotten back in power has been attempts to basically erode our trust in the elections and also create a scenario where it could give him the potential right to negate our elections, whether it's sending Tulsi Gabbard, the DNI, down to Georgia, whether it is trying to change our vote by mail process, whether it's claiming that there was Chinese or foreign interference. He is telling us what he is going to do, and we have to prepare for the worst case scenario. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish this was a situation where we were being alarmist. We are not being alarmist. They called us alarmists right before January 6th, and we ended up having to fight off insurgents, and we saw police officers die. So we have to take every precaution that we can to make sure that we protect the Constitution of the United States and the right for our votes to be counted. And that's why we're going to do diligently and make sure we have a good tabletop exercise to prepare for the worst case scenario that Donald Trump and the Republicans may try to implement post-election. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Padilla.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I know we have some important business to get to. Last weekend we celebrated the anniversary of the passing of our former colleague and friend, Representative John Lewis, who, as many people recall...
Bro, what? You literally had an actual senator die, Lindsey Graham, and then this piece of shit comes out here and mentions some other staffer.
...to our fundamental right to vote as sacred. Indeed, it is. But we're seeing unprecedented attacks, not just on our elections and elections workers across the country, but our fundamental right to vote. As you just heard from Senator Gallego, you can envision the worst case scenario. What's the worst thing that can happen that could threaten the administration of elections and when the voters decide a peaceful transfer of power? Nobody would have imagined what we witnessed in 2021 on January 5th of that year, but we saw what happened on January 6th. And so we're now in a position of having to envision what's the worst thing that can happen and then challenge ourselves to think even worse. And no, this is not hypothetical. It's not hypothetical because we've heard the conspiracy theories being spewed by the president for the last decade now. It's not hypothetical. We saw what happened on January 6th of 2021. And it's not hypothetical because we've seen how this president has weaponized his administration and the federal government, from the Department of Homeland Security to the Department of Justice to the FBI and beyond. And so we're committed to upholding the right to vote for every single eligible American, and we will not stop. Not between now and Election Day, not on Election Day, not even after Election Day, because the people of America deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Senator also Brooks.
You know, last week the president went before the American people, and once again, he told a number of lies about election interference. He, in an attempt to really suppress the vote and to take away from hard-working Americans the right to vote, he told a series of lies. And instead of delivering for the American people, it is this president's interest in suppressing democracy, suppressing the right to vote. And, you know, I can't help but to be reminded of Congressman John Lewis, the many, many sacrifices he
Oh my God,
made to
another
ensure,
person,
that we not only
like,
had the right to vote,
when a
but
congressman
that we
died
also had the right to
that
participate
week.
in this democracy.
Just disgusting
I'm reminded
Democrats.
of going over that Edmund Pettus Bridge. And never
When
will
they act
forget
like they're
the
sympathetic
awesome
people,
understanding
they're gross.
That there were people at the
They can't
edge
even
of that
sympathize
bridge
with their
who used
own
sticks
colleagues
wrapped in
dying.
barbed
They have to
wire,
reference fucking Lewis
to
from
beat
30 years
people
ago.
and prevent them from voting, to beat John Lewis. And so what we need in this moment is the truth. This president and his administration know nothing about the truth, but the American people do know the truth. And the truth is that this president, because he is unable to deliver what he promised, to bring down the cost of living, to make it easier for Americans, he has instead enacted this whole fake, this whole kind of fake notion that somehow our elections have been tainted and that we have an issue here. So we're not going to fall for it. We're going to continue to insist that every American, that the workers who go out, these election judges and many who volunteer to ensure that the rights that are ours as Americans are protected. We're going to continue to fight to make sure that those rights are protected, but we're also going to hold this president and his administration accountable for the promises that he made to bring down the cost of groceries, to bring down the cost of living, to make health care more affordable and not fall for the lies that he continues to perpetuate. It's really disgusting, and none of us are going to fall for it.
We'll take a few questions.
Leader Schumer, obviously your
Take a few
Republican
questions.
colleagues are going to be
They stood out here for less than 90 seconds, guys. They said, take a few questions. There's less than 90 seconds left of the video.
using the New Jersey ballots as an example that there is fraud out there. What do you have to say about that?
The bottom line is, this was a vendor issue, a machine vendor issue. There was no fraud. The minute New Jersey discovered it, they fixed it. Has nothing to do with the SAVE Act, and just the opposite of what Donald Trump does. He creates problems
But
in
what
our
is the SAVE
elections.
Act?
He
Explain to me
exacerbates
why you
problems
can't
in
vote
our
for the SAVE
elections.
Act.
He hides.
This is the thing that none of the Democrats have been able to do, is explain to me why they can't vote for the SAVE Act.
Problems in our elections, quite the opposite.
Because it is pretty
Yes.
simple
You
bill.
in the past have said that you would support a photo ID or photo ID requirement when it comes to casting a ballot. Would you be willing to make some sort of negotiation with
Nope, look at
Republicans
him.
to do
He's
a
already
photo
laughing.
ID
He's
only
already
bill
scoffing.
That's outside Save America?
Well,
Act has nothing to do with Save America.
this doesn't.
And
I'm
the
not
studies
gonna.
that have been done.
Yeah, see.
The amount of any cheating is very, very small, and the MOVE Act is just a diversion.
Mr. Leader,
Last
do you
one.
support
No,
Zohran
last one.
Mamdani's position that
Nope, last
the United
one,
States
because I'm
should
mad.
comply with an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu?
Did you see that? He was trying to pick somebody in the crowd going, nope, last one, and the bitch just, I'm just going to ask you about Mamdani. you stupid fucking Jewish senator. I'm sick of this shit with you, you oligarch, you king. Go fucking back to Brooklyn and die, please.
The bottom line is,
We would like AOC as our senator now. Move along. Jesus fucking Christ. This guy. And then he just walks away. He didn't even fucking answer. So he said questions, asked one question, follow-up question pissed him off because they asked him about IDs. And so then when they asked him about Mamdani, he fucking bailed. Just fucking bailed. Johnson speaks. Democratic lawmakers speak. We got Trump there. UN wants on nations. Mamdani, Rubio. We already got those ones. Tellerico. What's this all about? Tellerico got something going on? That's not today. That's later. That's in 25 minutes. So we might be able to get to that. John Brown's speech. I guess just we're gonna go back to Vivek Ramaswamy. It's the only thing we got.
Only possible in the greatest nation on earth. It is only possible in the United States of America. It is possible because of something that we call the American dream. There's no Canadian dream. There's no British dream. There's no Chinese dream. It is the American dream that makes American exceptionalism possible. That idea that no matter who you are, where your parents came from, what your skin color is, how long your last name is in certain of our cases, that you're able to achieve the maximum of your God-given potential with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication. That's the American dream. And I am on a mission to revive that American dream, to turn that American dream once again into an American reality right here in the state of Ohio. I want our state to set the example that the rest of the country actually looks up to make Ohio the top state in the country to raise a young family, to give our kids a great education, and to be the state that once again sets an example for Texas and Florida and Tennessee to look up to rather than the other way around. And I will tell you here today in Stamco Industries, a great example of what Ohio's classic manufacturing heritage is all about, that revival of manufacturing in Ohio is going to be a key part of how we make that happen. Now, people ask me, how can Ohio be that state that leads the country in manufacturing and other sectors? I remind them it was not long ago that Ohio was that state in the United States of America and in the world. You see, at the turn of the last century, we led the Industrial Revolution.
It's pretty boring.
Cleveland, close to where we are, this whole Cleveland to Youngstown corridor, we were the steel production capital of the Western Hemisphere. Toledo, west of where we are, was the glass production capital. Akron was the rubber production capital. Dayton led in computing. My hometown of Cincinnati was a machine tools hub, known around the world as the Queen City. That's the state that then gave birth to Neil Armstrong and John Glenn and the Wright brothers and Thomas Edison. By the way, more U.S. presidents born or living in Ohio than any other state in the Union to this day in our history. That is who we were as a state. And you know what? We can be that state again if we have a leader at the top who believes in Ohio, who believes in the American dream, who believes in once again leading our country. That is why I'm in this. And I believe that this election marks the biggest contrast between two candidates who have ever run for governor in Ohio's history. I'm a businessman. I'm not a bureaucrat. I believe in winning, not whining.
Bro's been running
and there
for
are two
governor
Ohio's
for
we
like
can
8
wake up
years.
to this November, just a few months from now. We can wake up to an Ohio where we see a manufacturing
everybody's
boom
on
once
his
again coming
side.
to our
Now
state.
everybody's like,
We can wake
Ohio
up to an
sucks.
Ohio
Exactly.
where the hardworking men and women behind me and workers like them across the state are
Yo,
seeing
fuck
high-paying
Ohio.
jobs and their wages going up once again. An Ohio where your property tax rates and your income tax rates are coming down so you're able to keep more of what you earn. An Ohio where your electric bills are going down rather than up. An Ohio where our children choose to stay in rather than to leave. An Ohio where our kids excel in the classroom rather than failing to learn how to read. That is one Ohio we could wake up to. Or we could wake up to a very different socialist vision of our state.
Here comes the communism.
Manufacturers are shutting down in our state.
Watch
wages
out
are
for the
depressed in our
communism.
state, and tax rates are going up in our
It's
state.
coming.
That is
Even
the
for
choice
Ohio.
ahead. And my promise
The
to
Indian man's
every
telling you the
person who
communism's
supports
coming for
me in
Ohio.
this election, who votes for me in this election, is that we're going to deliver, starting in January, lower costs, bigger paychecks, and better schools. And my promise to every person who does not vote for me in this election is also for you, lower costs, bigger paychecks, and better schools. Because honest to God, I don't care what you call yourself. Republican, orphaned Reagan Democrat, libertarian, independent, politically homeless, or anything in between. If you care about giving your kids that same shot at the American dream that this state gave to me and to my family, if you care about giving your kids the world-class education that is the birthright of every Ohioan, if you care about workforce development that's going to create the young workers in this state to power the manufacturing of the future, if you care about producing energy in this state and using our natural resources to make our lives better, I don't care what party you're in, we will work with you to lead our state to greater heights than we have ever seen. Because here in Northeast Ohio, we are not a region in decline. We are not a state in decline. We are not a nation in decline. We are a region, a state, and a nation still in
I
our
think he will
ascent,
win. I mean,
on
it's
our
Ohio,
way
but
still
it's-
to our apex. And if you all do your part between now and
He
November,
got lower numbers than
in the next 3
Mark
months ahead,
Zuckerberg on our poll, though, for
I promise you
president.
that
So
my wife and I and our family, we will do our
people
part
hate him.
to make
I
sure
don't know why.
that greater Cleveland's best
They
days,
really
that
hate him.
Ohio's best days, and honest to God, through Ohio, America's best days are actually still ahead of us. Let's win it this November and make Ohio greater than we have ever been. Thank you for coming out today, guys. Thank you, Stamco Industries. Thank you for the hardworking men and women who make our state successful behind us today. God bless you and your families in our great state of Ohio. And we're going to open this up, and we're going to have a little bit of Q&A and have a discussion, which I'm really looking forward to. So thank you for the opportunity. And to our team, I don't know, do we have a microphone or something like? Perfect. We got a microphone here. We'll take a round and start with some questions. Right here, we got sir in the front with blue jacket.
A lot of manufacturing and other big businesses are leaving the high-tax blue states.
Yes.
And so far they've been going to Texas and Florida, which you mentioned.
Yep.
Will you have a specific program to attract those who are still trying to find the right place, and they will find us?
What's your name, sir?
Russ Warren.
Russ, great question. I'll tell you what the program is. It's a fully integrated view of making Ohio the best state to do business. And I'll tell you how we're going to do that. Number one, what do Texas and Florida have that we don't have? One thing is they have a zero income tax rate. Okay, they say you keep what you earn. You don't have to put in, even effectively, forget the state filing tax, because you keep 100% of what you earn in those states. I will make Ohio a zero income tax state on my watch. We will start by, in 2027, effective next year, becoming a zero capital gains tax state. That brings that capital investment back into Ohio. That's what's going to lift
people
up the
of
workers
Ohio
of our
don't
state by
know what
bringing
you're talking
high-paying
about, bro.
jobs right here to our state, raising the incomes of the men and women
what?
like those standing
You gonna
behind
do
me
what
on
to my
this
taxes?
stage right now. That's
Leave
number
my
one.
taxes alone.
Number two is, while we are in name a red state like Texas and Florida, at times we have behaved like a state of red tape, okay? I want to cut through the red tape. I want to make this the easiest state in the country to do business. And one of the things I'm committed to doing is creating a Department of Customer Service in our government that reports directly to me. If I can make it a cabinet level position, I will. Because I don't want to hear about it through the bureaucracy. I want to hear it from the workers and business leaders across our state of how we as a government can do better to move faster. Permitting timelines, moving more quickly. That's number two. Number three is I want Ohio to set the national standard of what high-quality education looks like. Because if we have the workforce of the future, nobody's going to compete with us, right? Ohio's a great state in many ways, but we don't have mountains or long beaches. We do have a nice beach to our north that's underrated. But our claim to fame is not the most beautiful beaches or the biggest mountains. Our claim to greatness is the people of this state. The people of what Ohio are what make our state exceptional. And the way we make the best use of our people starts at a young age, by educating them. To be not just turning graduation into a participation trophy, but that it means something to employers,
What a goofy-ass
like
haircut.
manufacturers, just like skilled industries across our state. Where by the time I'm done, they won't be saying we're not able to find enough people to fill these open jobs. They're going to have so many people who are well-educated.
Oh, big super chat from the Lunatic Libertarian. Boom, $10 super chat. Even bigger. Oh my God. Probably the biggest super chat I've ever gotten. So appreciate that. He says, all centralized systems fail. Rise early if you have no one to work for you and get straight to work. You lose more than time if you sleep when it dawns. For the early riser, wealth is half won. Absolutely. I mean, we're kind of all starting to live in a independent, business first stance. Like, I saw an article about people in the entertainment industry where they were saying, if you're on a job, if you're working on a TV show, what you should be doing is creating a side business of a YouTube channel for when you're unemployed. And it's like, yeah, you need to focus on yourself. You need to get whatever funds, whether that's crypto, gold, currency from America, whatever you believe in, and try to help you and your own family out, because we're in a
four-year college degree programs.
Yourself first state.
Young people
if that's
learning
what you're
how to be
getting at.
welders or machine operators or mechanics or electricians.
If not,
or
let me
even
know what you're getting
operating.
at.
We were talking about this backstage. The robotics and toolkit of the future.
It's like a
to be
Conan
able to
O'Brien
lead with
comb over
skills,
for an
earning
Indian man too.
six-figure
It's
salaries,
crazy.
2-3 years out of high school without college debt on their shoulders. That's a program I'm intensely focused on, is bringing back that type of skills-based education into high school.
I think
in a way that even states like Texas and Florida may not be doing to the full extent that I'm going to do in Ohio. So I was talking to a few friends from Florida actually yesterday, a woman whose son is in Toledo, but she still lives in Florida. I said, you got to come back to Ohio. She said, well, we got zero income tax in Florida. I said, that's going to change. I'll tell you what I told her is, I gave her two promises. One is, and I was with the governor of Tennessee yesterday too, I said, whatever Tennessee and Texas and Florida are doing, I will make a pledge to shamelessly copy and bring to Ohio, because there's no pride of authorship. It's about making your lives better, not me taking credit for it. That's number one. But number two, the promise I made them, including to my friend, the governor of Tennessee, is I promise to return the favor, because in a few years, we'll be doing things in Ohio that you'll be copying in Texas and Tennessee and Florida as well. So that's how we're going to do it. And the manufacturing boom is just beginning in this state, all right? So thank you, my man. I appreciate it. We'll come to the gentleman behind me. You guys have any questions up here, we'll bring the microphone behind me, too. In the meantime, we'll come to you. Right up here in the front.
Yeah, that's great. Never take the mic away. Hi, my name is Letitia Naw. I own the company Freedom Enterprises. I'm a Lean Six Sigma consultant. Great. I happen to be a councilwoman in Woodmere, so I'm here as an elected official supporting the process. My question for you is, how do you use AI, or what is your stance on AI?
Fucking, like, did she get this question from AI?
Complementing manufacturing and using AI while keeping jobs here.
Great question. First of all, as a business owner,
what's your thing about the AI? The eyes of the A's.
Background as well.
Yes, I know.
You don't have to be doing what you're doing, right? Any more than I have to be doing what I'm doing. But we have an obligation to use our skills to make our government function a little bit more efficiently and effectively, don't we?
Definitely.
So it's a great question. So my view is, whether you talk about AI, you could talk about quantum computing, you could talk about robotics, you could talk about automation, advanced manufacturing. I want to see us embrace the tools of the future, and that shouldn't be led by the government. It should be led by leaders like you. Leaders like the leaders of Stamco Industries in the private sector, making their decisions for how they want to integrate technology to make themselves more competitive. And I want to make sure the government's not an obstacle getting in the way. So I personally believe a few years from now, we're going to see major enhanced productivity at a scale we haven't seen since the first industrial revolution. I want to see future developments, and I think this is going to come in our country, of AI that's able to be developed at much lower cost, without as much energy utilization, without as much utilization of natural resources, as the next generation of models expand from just text on a chatbot to AI for the three-dimensional world that allows us to produce our goods more effectively. And what that's going to do, Bill, we were talking about this, that's going to raise wages, because for every worker who's then using those tools, they're producing more output. That's how we put more money in the pockets of the hard-working men and women of this state to raise wages to higher levels than we have ever seen. So I'm optimistic about this.
235 episodes, and you are currently watching the number 4 largest live stream of our podcast ever. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, throw in a super chat, have the conversation going. But if not, help support the channel. $4 a month, become a subscriber, get a little logo next to your name. At first you start off as a North Korean, and you make your way up to becoming an Israeli. It is part of the channel. We laugh at the news every day, 7 days a week. Let's get back to it now.
I think
Vivek
that
Ramaswamy,
if we're
10 minutes left in hour 4 of our poll.
Rather than trying to follow from behind. And I want to lead
Thank you
Ohio
all
in
for
a way
watching.
that this next
Appreciate
industrial
you.
revolution we're in brings more high-paying jobs than ever to our state, where we're a state where we embrace the future technology of the future, but let actual entrepreneurs like you decide how to make those decisions for your business, rather than me as a governor mandating it or tilting the scales. That's what I would say, all right?
And then I was just going to say, my comment is, I appreciate the balance of both.
Yeah.
So been in manufacturing 20 years for Coca-Cola, distribution with Amazon and so forth, but then also being in politics, not just using it for manufacturing, but using Lean Six and AI to make government better.
Sure.
If you need any help with that, let me know.
We will take every bit of help with that. Thank you very much. And the one thing I want to do is government efficiency. What is it about? It sounds like the gentleman next to her has a question as well right up here, so we'll come to you next. Government efficiency is about taking the inefficiency of the government, squeezing it out, and putting that money back in your pockets where it belongs, in the form of a zero income tax rate, in the form of the biggest property tax cut we have ever seen in the history of our state, in the form of combating Medicaid fraud, okay? So going after the fraudsters who have taken $4.7 billion out of our system, make health care more affordable for you, the law-abiding citizens of this country. Those are top priorities for me, and it's also, frankly, what's different between me and my opponent. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Enoch Hall, and I'm also a business owner. And piggybacking off of what she has said,
sure.
She extended help and assistance, and I was wondering, how are you into accepting help from anyone in all areas?
We need every bit of help we can get. And I'm a big believer, so I'm an entrepreneur, like the woman who asked the last question.
Guys.
And one of the things I've learned is...
Guys, I just got to point this out. They've now had 3 people ask questions, and 2 of the 3 people have stood up there and have asked him for a job. If that don't show you where we're at in America, I don't know what the fuck does.
You make better decisions when you're listening to people outside of your own echo chamber. Okay, we all, like it or not, in the modern world, we all live in our own echo chambers. Okay, what you show up in your news on your phone, it's not what the guy next to you is seeing. It's all tailored, designed to give you something that reinforces your views. And my job as a leader is to build a team.
This show isn't. This show is designed to make fun of all of these idiots and their really dumb haircuts.
Around
Hit
me,
subscribe!
and a around me that doesn't always think the same. That's the way I've built my businesses. Funny thing is, actually, if you look at my first biotech company, Roivant, all right, we developed a number of medicines. 5 of them are FDA-approved products today. 1 of them is a life-saving therapy in kids. And by the way, manufacturing is really important for the biotech and life sciences sector as well. But the team I built around me, one of the things they would do is they would constantly challenge me, knowing that they wouldn't be penalized for that. Actually, if they do it in a productive way, they would actually be rewarded for it. A couple of them had very different political views than me. It didn't matter. We're going to work together for the mission of that company to save lives. Our mission in Ohio is even broader. It's to raise the quality of life, to help 11.8 million people in this state live a better life than they do today. It's very personal to me, okay? We're raising our kids in Columbus, Ohio. I've got 3 of them, a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a soon-to-be 6-month-old. Okay, so she's the baby in the house. we are raising our kids in circumstances that neither my wife nor I would have imagined. Like, we couldn't have imagined the life we live 20 years ago, even. My goal for Ohio is that in a couple of years, I want millions of people across this state, including the workers of this state, to live a quality of life that they can't possibly imagine today as well. And to get there, we're going to have to take diverse views from all kinds of echo chambers, break down the silos. And yes, I want every bit of help we're able to get from every corner of this state to do it. So thank you, my man. All right, I appreciate that question.
I would like to thank you. And I didn't lead with this on purpose, but I am running for president in 2028. So if I can assist
Good for you.
He's running for president?
What's your name?
Bro.
What's it?
Enoch.
Here's the shit you gotta deal with. You fucking running for governor.
All right, I'm not going to forget that name. I won't forget that name.
Hi,
Thank you, my friend, all right?
I'm
Thank you
running
for
for
being here.
president. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Vivek
You got any
Ramaswamy
questions
can't
back
even
here,
run for president. The
gentlemen?
guy that's asking him the questions running for president.
Or comments. Well,
Any other questions or comments? Nothing? Yo, guy. Guy, you're crashing and burning here.
As soon as anyone back here does raise your hand, we'll come to you. We'll come to you next, sir, and then we'll go to the woman in the back. This gentleman here, and then we'll go to the woman. Okay, all right, well, you're right there. We'll go to you, and then we'll come to you after that, sir. Right behind her. Right behind.
Sorry.
Nope, the woman standing up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barb Diver. I am a 35-year breast cancer survivor, and I'm here today on a, thank you.
Thank you.
On a separate note, but also about the quality of life in Ohio to follow on your theme. Ohio ranks as one of the highest states in our nation for smoking rates, along with lung cancer diagnosis. We are 11th in the nation, and lung cancer deaths, we are 9th in our nation. For our kids, for our quality of life, will you support a $1.50 a pack tax increase on tobacco products and a parity among all tobacco products, not just cigarettes?
Because you literally got lobbyists asking questions here. This is crazy.
That's what's going to save lives.
And what's your name, ma'am?
Barb.
Barb, I love your shirt. Save lives. That speaks to me. Well, let me tell you the commitment I will make to you right now, right? I'm going to look closely at every issue. We will make the most science-driven, data-driven decisions we can to ensure that our kids and every person in this state is living the healthiest possible life they can and lower lung cancer rates through preventable deaths. And you are putting your finger on preventable deaths through lower rates of smoking. We know there's a cause and effect relationship, whether it's through the combustion, whether it's through the substance. Those are areas where we want to go into the science. It's very personal to me, though. And I'll tell you why. My wife works. That's where she is today, or else she would be with us. She's in the operating room today, operating on patients at the cancer hospital at Ohio State. Okay? And her dream is one day to live in a state and live in a country and a world where she doesn't have to do what she does anymore, because we found the most effective ways of preventing that cancer in the first place. So we share a common cause, and the commitment I will make to you is we will be staunchly, unforgivingly, unsparingly data-driven in making sure that our kids and our young people prevent adverse health outcomes, prevent cancer in whatever way we're able. And in my answer to the gentleman, the last question, we're open to every solution that helps get us there, as long as it's the right one. So thank you very much, okay? I appreciate that question. Thank you so much. And we'll go to this gentleman here in the glasses.
Hi, Vivek. My name is Ron Scully. I'm a lifelong Ohioan, born, raised, and educated in Ohio. Concerned about property taxes in Ohio.
Yep.
I know you have a plan.
Yes.
But can you get more into the detail, the structure of that plan, and how long you might think it'll take to get there?
Sure.
Because many of my fellow friends and family are moving south.
They are.
And one of the big reasons taxes here are incredibly high.
You're right about that, right? So, and this is part of the American dream. Ron, you said your name? Ron asks a very important question. I hear about that as I travel this state. For anybody who owns a home, your property taxes have gone up by way too much in the last 5 years after the pandemic. It's insane how much property taxes have gone up. So I'm going to take a minute and just go through why that happened, because that's really important to understand. So what happened is after COVID, the federal government printed and borrowed a whole bunch of money. Okay? You can add this to your 2028 campaign, all right? Because I'm serious about this. When there's more dollars flowing through the system, that causes the asset price of everything to go up. So if you open your phone right now and look up where's the NASDAQ or where's the S&P 500, they're at all-time highs. Or you look up the price of a cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, other assets, whatever it is. All asset prices went up over the last half decade, and that includes your home price. But the issue in our state is a lot of people, most people, don't own those other assets, okay? The main asset they own is their home. And so the government looks at you and says, hey, you're rich, congratulations. Your home is worth a lot more, but you don't feel rich. That's not a financial blessing. It's a financial curse, because if you intend to keep living in your home, that means you owe way more in property taxes, even though your Social Security payment or your pension or your W-2 income has stayed flat. That's the problem. That's what drove up property taxes. And it's a crisis. And you know what? Nobody in Columbus for a long time was even paying attention to this problem. So my view is step one. You asked when, I'll give you the answer on when. When is next year? In 2027. In my first budget cycle, which will be enacted less than 1 year from today, by June 30th next year, we will enact my first budget cycle. In that cycle, we will deliver the biggest property tax cut in the form of a rollback, the biggest property tax cut in Ohio's history, and the biggest property tax cut in any state in the United States of America today, by doing something real simple. Here's the plan. I told you this happened after the pandemic. Here's the common sense
in the
solution.
state of Ohio, USA.
Just
Facts,
rewind
right?
the property tax base
Palestine,
to where it
as we
was
call it, right?
before the
East
end of the
Palestine,
pandemic.
that's
Look at
what
your
we do.
pre-pandemic property tax bills. Look at your property tax bills where they were before the end of the pandemic. Reset that as the baseline, and then cap the growth from there so we don't actually have the same problem. That is the first step. And I predict that will deliver major, I'm not talking minor, major relief to the cost of living, to the cost of home ownership for people across the state. And then from there, if we need to go further, we will. But that much I will get done in the first 6 months of 2027. And we'll go back to before the pandemic, this wasn't a major problem. By the second half of next year, by this time next year, this will not be a top 10 issue in the state. That's my commitment to you, Ron. All right? I appreciate it.
That's a great plan.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, guys. That's our fourth hour of the poll. We're going to go into our fifth hour of the poll right now. J.D. Vance still leading it majorly, but also Bernie Sanders only getting 11% of that poll. That's pretty crazy. But let's go into the next hour. Who will be president in 2028? And it's 839 days until election. We got J.D. Vance sitting pretty, still winning it with 55 wins. We got Mr. Gavin Newsom with 19 wins. And our third party this hour is Andrew Yang. Get your votes in now. Andrew Yang, that third party candidate. Back to Vivek in Ohio, campaigning for governor of Ohio.
Right in the back there. The guy with the black hat.
Thank you for running.
Thank you.
Not just property taxes. Much of the east side of Cuyahoga County, death by 1,000 cuts, sales tax, income tax, credits on the income tax. The home rule here over the last 40, 50 years has failed. It's the United States of America. It's not United City Councils and school districts of America. Can you, with Columbus leadership, crack down on at least maximum tax rates across the board, including fees for the local government? I mean, here in Euclid, it's $285 income tax.
Yeah, what's your name, man?
Mikhail Alterman, the Republican nominee for the state senate.
Republican nominee. So again, it's another person campaigning.
Appreciate you being here. Asking a very smart question, all right?
Jesus Christ.
First piece of, I only have one ask of you, all right?
Yikes. This guy's going to lose, though.
Go win your race. You ready to do that?
Well, then Democrats don't win anything. I mean, it's the most lopsided district. But
sure. Go win your race. You know, make it happen, all right? Let's make history right here. That's number one. Because you're asking a smart enough question. So here's the thing in Ohio. we have like a wedding cake of jurisdictions. We got 88 counties. You have any idea? I wouldn't expect you to know the answer, but how many taxing authorities are there in Ohio? 2,000 is the answer. We got 2,000 taxing authorities across 88 counties. Anybody make the case for how that actually makes sense? If you were designing this system from scratch, would you have 88 counties and 2,000 taxing authorities? It doesn't make any sense. So it's not one person to blame historically for 220 years of our state's history. That's kind of how we got to where we are. That's why I'm in this as a business. Because sometimes you got to, when you're running a business, right? We talked to our entrepreneur friends earlier. One of the exercises I encourage CEOs of the businesses that I've founded, that I invest in, to think about is every so often, not every day, but every so often, maybe once a year, you got to come in and ask the question of, if this was my first day on the job, running the business, what would I be doing differently? And you get a different answer, right? Because if you're coming into work every day, then you did it just like it was yesterday. But every once a year, right? What do you think, Bill? Reasonable idea, right? You kind of come in, and you come into the business, and you just say, I'm taking a fresh look, and say, okay, if today was my first day as CEO, what would I do differently? And I think that's the benefit of getting somebody who didn't climb the ladder of Ohio politics, who didn't serve in the bureaucracy of Ohio's government, to come in and just take a fresh look at how we're doing things, objectively, dispassionately, and to just ask one question. How are we going to run this government in a way that improves your life, that puts more money in your pocket, that lets your kids get a better education, even if it means doing things a little differently than we might have done in prior years or decades? That's the way I'm going to come in January of next year. And I think one of the areas where I can already tell you that we're going to have to take a look is we have too many layers of government in this state. And you know who's paying for that government? It's you. It's you. It's you. It's us. It's we the people. And so I think we delayer our government, bring some efficiency to the way we run our government, combat the waste, fraud, and abuse of our government that abounds when you have so many layers. That's how we're going to put more money in your pocket. And it's a great point that you raised, my friend. All right? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Take a couple more, and then we'll wrap things up for today. We're right there in the back, sir, and then we'll come to you, ma'am. We'll give you probably the final word.
Hi. There's a problem with government in this country, maybe with all representative democracies, I don't know, but it seems as if government's primary three purposes is basically to increase its power, to collect more revenues, and to look as good as possible while doing all those things to the people. I served in the General Assembly for 16 years. A good example. Passed a bill that made it so that Ohio's income taxes would be increased with inflation. Our brackets would increase with inflation annually. Ronald Reagan did the same thing on the federal level back in 1986. It worked. Passed it. Successful, ran well for 3 or 4 years. I turned out of office, and they just walked away from it. They just dropped it.
I turned out of office. Yeah, you're fucking old as fuck, bro. You didn't do anything with your 15 years.
The big picture.
Now you're ranting.
The only reason was that they wanted the money. This was a Republican legislature. And I'm a Republican, proud to be. Been all my life as county commissioner in Lake County. But I'm just tired of that kind of an attitude. I see something different in you.
Thank you.
What's your perspective?
My perspective is you're speaking truth. It's an uncomfortable truth for not just Democrats, for Republicans alike. And I come back to, and I want to thank you at the Manufacturing Association for the endorsement today, but your basis for the endorsement, I think, was probably most spot on, okay, is that more than ideology, Republican versus Democrat, and that matters. But even more, I think we need a businessman at the top. And I think the way a businessman leads the company, I'm sure you think about it similarly here, right? At Stamco is
or the virtue
you
signal
spend
and
the
infight.
company's money
more likely.
as if it's your own money. Okay, as a CEO of a company, as a worker at the company, as an account manager, if you spend the company's money like it's your own money, that's your obligation. It's your fiduciary duty to your shareholders. One of the things I've noticed in government is people don't think about it that way. They view themselves as spending somebody else's money. But that taxpayer money that fed the system, that isn't somebody else's money. That is your money. That is our money. That belongs to we the people who create a government that is supposed to be accountable to us, not the other way around. So this isn't just some technical question. This is the stuff of the Declaration of Independence.
My gun-toting libertarians
stuff
come
of
with
the
us at
founding of this
Democratic Socialist events. I
The
don't know if
giant
they're going to
American
like you
flag.
after like 3-4 months.
To my left, what does it symbolize?
I still believe that the socialist revolution is more an anti-incumbent revolution, which is we're sick of the DNC and we're sick of Donald Trump, so we're just going to vote for people that are not pro-Trump and that are not part of the DNC. But does that mean that this democratic socialist thing is a real thing? They're grifting a lot on the back of voting against other people, which means that if they don't show me what they're doing, and then they keep doing things like Mamdani did, where he's like declaring war on Israel, but then not calling out Hamas, it's like, what are you doing? Like your state-run grocery stores, he's opening up one state-run grocery store. It's like, what are we doing here? You're almost the same thing in reverse.
Symbolizes the ideals of the greatest nation born in human history. 250 years ago to this month. This month, 250 years ago, was the birth of a country that said, we the people create a government that is accountable to us, not the other way around. That was a radical idea, because every other country in human history was built differently. And the king taxes your money. It is his money. It's not your money. He gives you the right to do business. He collects his stamp tax. He collects his due. He collects the equivalent of what we used to have in Ohio, taxation on property and equipment, which we don't have anymore, and we're going to keep it that way. But that's the way it used to operate. America was different. And so what I want to bring to the government from the perspective of an entrepreneur and a businessman is we will spend your money, the taxpayer money, the same way I would spend it if it was my family's own money. And if we do it that way, it is your family's money. We're going to be able to put more money in your pocket. That's how we bring down costs. That's how we combat Medicaid fraud. That's how we put more money in your health savings accounts and bring down your premiums. It's how we bring down your electric bills. It's how we bring down your property taxes and the income taxes coming out of your every paycheck and make this state an example of what Texas and Florida try to become rather than the other way around. So thank you, my man. All right, I appreciate that question.
Be live on Rumble
Anything
August
back here,
8th.
gentlemen?
Check my channel.
We're good? We'll come to this lady here. We'll probably give you close to the
I'll
final
definitely
word
check you
here,
out.
ma'am.
Maybe we'll jump in on the 8th.
Thank you.
If you're
Thank you
on
very
when
much.
we're on.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sapo, thank you for hosting this event. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
As I said, I'm a grandma. I was born and bred here in Cleveland. I remember when the steel mills were functioning.
Comes from those that insure it.
My
Yep.
uncles, my grandparents, working in foundries much like this. And this is beautiful.
Yeah, look at this.
This is beautiful. I spent my life working at Curtis Industries down the street for 36 years in a much like factory. My question is in regard to the future.
Is in regard to the future. Is there going to be a time and a place where I can be a secretary and walk around a plant like this and do nothing?
We have 88 counties. We have tons of schools.
Paid subscriber to Louder with Crowder. Pay for my channel. I'm better than him. Bro's beating his pregnant wife with steaks and shit.
I would like to know how you could help.
Mine's only $4. Gotta pay $10 a month for that fucking Rumble premium. This old lady making our viewership go down. We might be done with the show.
What is your name,
I'll let
ma'am?
it go back to Vivek for a minute. but
Grandma Pat.
We are under 50
Give Grandma
now.
Pat a round of applause. Look at her. Thank you.
Grandma Pat.
For sharing your story. It's an inspiring story. Now, I'm in this for the same reason that you're here, it sounds like, for my kids, for your grandkids and their generation to live an even better life than we did. That's what the American dream is all about. And our schools are the key to making that happen. And I think it's a really fair question to ask.
He's before Charlie Kirk.
Because we had a couple questions about property
Kirk,
taxes.
Michael.
And those are important questions.
Go check them out.
And as I said, we're going to deliver the biggest property tax rollback.
And then he wasn't
cut
able
the
to
state
do
has
it in
ever
public
seen.
anymore because people
But
would
the
fight
fair
him.
questions, and I'll get this from some of our friends on the left, is it's a fair question. They'll say, how are you going to cut property taxes
He was like early
while
YouTube.
also improving
That's
the
it,
quality of our
guys.
schools?
We drop back below again. Poll ends. That's the show for the night. Wow, we lasted a while. We went 4.5 hours today. I did not expect that. Daddy Trump's speech ran late, all that. J.D. Vance wins the final poll of the evening, everybody. We will be back with you again tomorrow for more No News is News. If you want to hear it, because we have been doing the third parties, let's take a gander at what the third party did entail for us today before we log off. That was 11% on him, wasn't it? 8% on Andrew Yang. Wow, that's a crazy one. 8% on Andrew Yang. All right, so Andrew Yang, 8%. And so this is how our poll of the day is shaping up right now, guys. J.D. Vance gets his 56th win. And Mark Zuckerberg and Ramaswamy got 6% as a third party. Olivia Rodrigo, Melania Trump, 7%. Dave Portnoy, Andrew Yang, 8%. Ron DeSantis, Thomas Massey, Alex Jones, John Fetterman, Theo Vaughn, Donald Trump Jr., Gretchen Whitmer, all at 9%. Josh Shapiro, RFK, both at 10%. Tulsi Gabbard, Ben Shapiro, Bernie Sanders, all at 11%. Bobby Lee, Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, Asmongold, The Rock, Pete Buttigieg, Mark Kelly, all at 12%. AOC, 14%. Shane Gillis, Joe Rogan, 15%. Mark Cuban, 16%. Michelle Obama, 17%. Taylor Swift, 19%. Afro Man, 20%. Tucker Carlson, 21%. Mr. Beast, Jon Stewart, Kamala Harris, and Matthew McConaughey all sitting pretty at 22%. And our highest top dog, who came in for Michael as one of our suggestions, Snoop Dogg, at 25% of the third-party independent vote in those extra hours. We have Marco Rubio has won our poll 3 times. Gavin Newsom has won our poll 19 times. And J.D. Vance just picked up his 56th win, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace!